2021 at 6 p.m. or a little after, and I am calling this meeting to order. And our first order of business is to join the board in a pledge of allegiance. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, before we go much further, I'd like to just read this notice into the record. This is to formally advise that as required by Mass General Laws, Chapter 30A, Sections 18 to 25, and pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency and signed into law on June 16th, 2021, the Yarmouth Board of Selectmen will hold a public meeting on Tuesday, November 30th, 6 p.m. in the hearing room at Yarmouth Town Hall. The public is welcome to attend either in person or via an alternative public process provided using Zoom, with the full Zoom instructions posted on the Town of Yarmouth's website. And without further ado, I'm going to bring up the first item on our agenda, which is public comments. Is there anyone who would like to speak during public comments? I see there's a hand raised. Town Administrator Rittenauer, can you alert us as to who's seeking recognition?
I have Mr. Joe Glenn.
Okay, let's Mr. Glenn. Let's see if we can get him on the floor or on a mic. Mr. Glenn, welcome. And we just have to unmute him, or somehow he has to be unmuted so we can hear him.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I got it now.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Joe Glenn from Precinct 3 in the beautiful section of Bayview, also known as Hyannis Park. I am not going to be able to attend the public hearing on the airport question, but I wanted to let you know I'm somebody who was in the military. I was around aircraft, around loud noises. In our neighborhood, not only do we have loud noises from restaurants that we love and entertainment places that we have the airport, we have the boats, charter boats, fishing boats, who we also love. We have the ferry boats. And don't forget, anytime that a ferry boat or anything happens in our harbor or in the Hyannis Harbor, it comes on the Yarmouth side into Lewis Bay, and it affects our water quality. We have a lot of things that are allowed here. We have aircraft that go out early. I grew up in Dorchester. I was on the fire department. I'm not averse to loud noises, but we have it all down in our neighborhood. We have no representation on the Steamship Authority, which I believe we should have. And the airport, I watched planes come in and out. I was in aircraft. I worked up at Hanscom Air Force Base in aviation, with everything from F-16s to the Blue Angels and the Thunderbirds. So I understand about aircraft. I understand their importance, but our community needs to hear more from the community, and we really don't have representation as we should. And I'm asking you and the Board of Selectmen to stand up for us and speak for us, especially in the Hyannis Park and in the border, West Yarmouth. A lot of things happen in the town of Yarmouth. We love Yarmouthport, we love Bass River, we love all our sections of town, but West Yarmouth sometimes gets treated a little bit rougher, and we need representation. So please stand up for us. I'm sad that I can't attend the meeting later, but thank you for your time, and have a great night.
Thank you. Anybody else seeking recognition? Yes, Ms. Morris.
Vita Morris. I wonder if somebody from the administration or from the board is keeping an eye as to what's going on at the school district. They're beginning to, I think, the budget building process. And I haven't been able to hear the individual items, so maybe that's where my, the representative may have apprised you. There's going to be a major increase in that budget, I guarantee you, because they're lengthening the school hours. I tried to get some information at last meeting, and I was told I just wanted some clarification on something that was presented just 10 minutes before and 5 minutes before. And I was told I would have to get in touch with them and get a private answer. That's what Carol said. I'm not sure exactly. I thought the chairman is supposed to run the committee meeting there, but she jumped in and told me I needed to get in touch with them. This was not, I mean, I wasn't asking for anything that somebody would have to go look for. She herself and the finance director presented some numbers that I was going to question, and I wasn't able to get the information. I think it's necessary for you to, for somebody to keep an eye as to what is going on and maybe represent us at the finance subcommittee meetings there. Since I assume they're beginning meetings there. There were a few things, a few figures presented. We can't just wait until they come in here in March or April and with the mishmash and the whole kitchen sink is being thrown at you and then you just vote or whatever. I mean, please be sure that you do represent us.
Thank you. Is there anybody else seeking public comment, recognition?
I'm Nicanello.
Okay, Mr. Nicanello, can we bring Mr. Nicanello onto the Zoom screen? Okay, and if we can unmute him. Okay, here we go.
Hi, how are you?
We can hear you.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Tom Nicanello from the most southeastern part here in Yarmouth, the Bass River, a very historic town. Mr. Chairman, as you know, 180 years ago, we had quite a gale, as they used to call them. Today, it's a hurricane, but it was a gale in 1841, Mr. Chairman. And, our north side took a really big blow and we lost a lot of vegetation. And that's why Route 6A looks the way it does with those nice trees along the side, because those are all replanted after the gale in 1841. And we also lost a lot of fishermen, Mr. Chairman, and it was a horrific event. However, that's in the past, and I see tonight, Mr. Chairman, you have a full agenda. I won't keep you long, but as wastewater is very important to me, water quality. I'm sure everybody knows that our average water per day is 3.2 million gallons we generate for our residents and our guests. And, reclaimed water is being reused directly for various non-potable uses in the United States, including urban landscape, irrigation, parks, schools, highway, golf courses, fire protection, commercial use, vehicle washing, industrial reuse, cooling water, and believe it or not, fish farms, Mr. Chairman. As you see the picture I have put on tonight, that is a fish farm with reclaimed water, sir. And we are generating what we do here on Cape Cod is fish by using reclaimed water, which could be a big business in the future here. So, but I did want to point out one other item, Mr. Chairman, quickly, was at the New England Water Environment Association meeting in 2018 with our consultant, C.W. Smith, C.D. Smith, and Mr. Colby. They put in this summary report. It says highly treated effluent should be considered a major resource. This is after their presentation in front of the association. This is their summary. And it said Yarmouth needs to find additional uses for its 28 million gallons of effluent in order to make our treatment facility financially viable. So there's a lot going on in wastewater, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking forward for the rest of your meeting. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Is there anyone else seeking recognition during public comment? Seeing no other hands raised, then let's conclude and move on to the next item on our agenda, which is a COVID-19 update from our health department. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for inviting me back. Bruce Murphy, Director of Health. I do have our Board of Health members. They should be online. And I see we have Chairman Hillard Bosky available for part of the discussion. I'll follow the same process that I've done before. I'll go through some slides and leave it open for question and answering.
Very good.
Oh, there we go. I believe most of our Board of Health members are in attendance. I got, Erica, I got it. So an update on the graph where we sit. You do get our daily stats. You can see the increase from the fourth wave of the Delta. Right now, November 28th, we just recently had 111 active cases in town. Right now, you can see it's been going up since really since July, and we've kind of peaked a little bit. I don't want to say peaked, that's probably a bad word. We kind of leveled off at 111, and we're still right in that area. We just did drop down to about 70 cases we're following now. But if we look at the same time, where were we last November? We're right around the 40 category, right around there. So you can see that it jumped way up last year at that particular time. But right now, we can just see how heavy the Delta has been, above 40 in the cases that we have right now. So, and we're still seeing more cases come in every day. So this was based on 2 days ago. So as of yesterday, overall, since the pandemic started, we've had 2,271 cases. And active cases as of yesterday, we're following 69. So as cases come on, we add them, then obviously cases drop off after the 10 days. So as the county does the tracing for us, they keep the running total. So November, we just looked at November where we've been, 218 cases, 112 not vaccinated, 106 vaccinated with milder symptoms. So we're still at about that 50-50 split that we talked about last time. Breaking down that 218, the age range was 4 through 98. And then we've broken it out into ages 1 to 11, and really 5 to 11 that are now eligible for the shots. That we even still had 24 cases of children become ill. And then again, how we broke it down to not vaccinated and vaccinated. And the not vaccinated, the numbers that are, we're seeing the higher range in that 20 to 49, and the not vaccinated range. In the vaccinated range, the people that have been coming positive are in that range of really 30 to 64. Where does Yarmouth sit positivity wise based on other towns on the Cape? We're still up. We just went down below 6, but we can see we were about the first town for a couple months, then for a couple weeks, and then we went down. And now we've seen some other towns go ahead of us or higher in positivity. Brewster, Sandwich, Barnstable, Howard, Orleans, and now Dennis has jumped up to the highest town at over 7. Positivity is figured on the total number of tests that are taken, and the positive cases is how we determine positivity. I know that was a question I had asked me last week. by one of the audience people. The other question, this is over a 2-week period. It's a running 2-week period that we see each week. And right now, we're averaging almost 900 to 1,000 tests per week. And that's what we have been doing, past month or so, is that number of tests. Where are those people getting the tests? In town at any of the pharmacies. They've been going to the Cape Cod Hospital for testing, down to the county health department for testing. But wherever they go for testing, that is they put their address in, so that goes back to the Yarmouth. So if people were coming from another town into Yarmouth to get tested, it doesn't go against us. It goes to the town that they live in. So, so you can see that we're higher than the county average, which is higher than the state average. The state is 2.89%. County is 5.45, and then Yarmouth is at almost 6. So our positivity rate is remained high. Clusters we talked about last time. We had a youth hockey team early in November, ages 11, 12. We had a dinner wine party that we had cases associated with. We had a nursery school closed that affected 16 children. Not 16 children were positive, but 16 children did not go to that daycare for a couple days while they were doing a deep cleaning. The number of children affected, we're still going through the numbers, whether it's 1 or 2, but what they did is they immediately took precautions to do a deep cleaning, call all the parents to make sure the children weren't feeling well, is don't bring them to the daycare. And then we've had a group home in town that COVID went right through and affected, I want to say 6 or 7 people. These are clusters we know about. I mean, if it goes through a residential family of 2, 3, 4, we've had several of those. We've had a couple businesses that have had 1 or 2 associated with it also. Let's take a look at fully vaccinated, where we sit on this number of people. So I'm sorry. Here we go. So our fully vaccinated, we're at 73%. Almost 17,500 people are vaccinated out of our population of 24. Obviously, 4 towns are below us, 3 in the 60s, and yet we still have other towns with a higher vaccination rate, but they also had a higher positivity rate. So just because you had a high vaccination rate didn't mean you would still have some positive cases. So I think probably the one that you have in the paper was Wellfleet. They just looking at it, their positivity rate went up, but yet they had a high vaccination rate. Our positivity rate, when we break it down per age group, I know I try to write on it to get a little reflection from the week before. But when we start at our first age group, 5 to 11, we don't have anybody fully vaccinated, mainly because they haven't had their second shot yet. But we've had 144 children have been vaccinated. So they're working their way to get vaccinated. This was a low week of overall vaccinations of 62 that kept us at 73%. So last week we did was over 100. So we need to keep increasing our education and vaccination that requests that people out there keep getting vaccinated. Hospitalizations, just an update over the last couple of weeks at both hospitals, Cape Cod Hospital and Falmouth Hospital. We see there's 18 as of Monday, in Cape Cod Hospital and 2 in ICU. So that's been an increase over the last couple of weeks. Yarmouth hospitalizations that we looked at, that we could see, we've had 9 people in the hospital for a period of time. This was the ages. I do have 40 twice because there was 2 40-year-olds that went. So we did have 9. We had a 10th. The person was positive, but they were home, but then they fell down and broke their hip. So then they went to the hospital. So I put an asterisk next to that. So they're in there, age 91. So just a general, that doesn't count the people that went to Cape Cod Hospital, because when you talk to the fire department, they're bringing people to the hospital very often. And a lot of the people feel they need to get tested. They have symptoms, they have trouble breathing, could be a panic attack. They want to go to the hospital, they go to the hospital, stay there, get tested, and discharged. So that's not a net. These are the people that are staying in the hospital, not the people on the daily going in.
Do you know what percentage of those people are vaccinated?
Yes, right now about half were vaccinated. Without getting too much into it, going down, yes, some of them also had underlying conditions. So there's a lot that goes into why they're there. Our health plan, the Board of Health plan, but we talked about and refined it a little bit, that the Board of Health obviously follows the coronavirus very closely. Board of Health issued that mask advisory on August 16th. At the Board of Health meeting on 16th, they had a mask mandate in town buildings for boards, committees, and audiences. Still, they're going to go forward. The Board of Health would be going forward with education through the town's social media, change of commerce, schools. I had a code red robocall last Friday, just reminding people to be safe. Monitoring to Monday, when they from their Board of Health meeting of the 18th, the board said they would look at the COVID numbers over the next month, and then at December 6th meeting on Monday to see if other steps would be needed. They will look at the positivity and vaccination rates. Possible mandate, what they had discussed was if the positivity rate stays over 5% for Yarmouth, and if the vaccination rate stays under 80%. We will be asking the county health department for assistance so we can do additional town vaccination clinics for children's and adults. And that would be for within the town, not just going to a county clinic that might be in at the county complex or going down to Orleans, that just feel that there's a need to have it within the town. The population that we have, the need for vaccination, our positivity, that we would like to see the assistance by the county within our town. Homebound, we had done 130 last April. We're looking at booster shots probably the second week of December right now. Diane Kane, at the director of the senior center, is coordinating the list right now, and they have over 90 names, and all the people have been contacted. But if you're at home and you're a homebound person that received their first and second shot and have not heard from the Diane's group at the senior center, call the senior center tomorrow to make sure you're that. They are going through the list again to check everybody, because not everybody was able to get reached recently. Some people weren't home, some people haven't returned calls. So they're going to again call everybody again that's not on the list to make sure that that they still need the shot. That will be provided by the fire department. Lieutenant Chris McMahon is coordinating that again to send out fire teams to each of the homebound people. They break it up into different quadrants within the town and send them out. So with the COVID funding ended, funding is being rearranged by the town administrator for a transfer to allow the fire department to continue the boosters. Vaccination clinics available, pharmacies. The vaccination and COVID vaccine is readily available through the pharmacies, the grocery store, elementary school today, Matakees Middle School. We had a vaccination clinic there for students and their parents. And we had about 150 students and parents there this afternoon. We held it at the middle school. That's the best place to get in there large enough. And we could start with the middle school, which is probably the 11th graders. And then we invited Emmy Small came over, then Station Ave came over later in the day. So it was a nice staggered way over there. This is today. County Health Department, we had coordinated for them to come down and put this on. So it was very nice to see all the parents and children in there getting it. We'll be doing a second shot on them December 21st. They'll be getting their second shots. Still available, McDonald's, we're going to do that this Saturday, December 4th, 2 to 4 p.m. McDonald's seems to have throughout the state, opening up McDonald's and working with towns to provide clinics. We're only expecting to probably do somewhere between 20 and 30, but it's good visibility to get it out there, let people know that we're out there. And we'll have a second shot after Christmas there, but they're willing to come forward, and they'll be doing the PR and getting that out there. And you get a Happy Meal there. You get a lollipop today at school. You're going to get you get the Happy Meal at
They need an
McDonald's.
appointment for that?
Pardon? No appointments. We're only doing 30, so it's a first come, first serve. We were not able to get the county nurses for this clinic, but so we're using our VNA nurses that we have under contract. Bass River Pediatrics now are offering Saturday clinics for their patients on Station Ave. And that can be signed up by calling or going online. And the County Health Department also offers vaccination clinics at their facility on 6A, and they also work with Orleans also. But with the increase we're seeing in positivity and vaccination, we're requesting that the county look at additional funding so they could hire more nurses for that in that area. As I end up, this is the mask mandate that the Board of Health voted on November 15th. That's still in effect. And I'll just say, be safe, vaccinate. So we're looking forward to take your questions, myself and the board.
Very good. I'm going to start from this end of the room, Selectman Smith.
Can you repeat the address of the county location so people will know exactly where that is?
Yes, there's the county. You can also, I believe the 211 line is still available. You can call 211, but to get the dates, but I believe it's on Thursdays at the county on 6A. And then it's also during the week at Orleans. And they also have testing also at Falmouth at various times.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes.
Selectman Post.
Thank you. I'm interested. It said that you were looking for a balance of 80%. Is that what they consider the herd immunity? Is that the goal we're trying to get to, is 80%?
That's the goal we're looking for. I don't know if that's the goal of herd immunity though.
Okay.
But by just looking at where the other Cape Towns are, the board didn't want to say, they wanted 90%. They felt 80% was probably reasonable. We don't think everybody in the town will be vaccinated, but a reasonable 80% was a goal the board wanted to shoot for.
How are you going to keep track of the boosters as opposed to the first time, second timers? How will you
That's
know?
a great question. Great question. And I had mentioned that to DPH in the county, because what the state gives us right now is, as you saw in the chart, who had the first shot and who had the second fully vaccinated. They don't have a third column that says boosters. So it's difficult. So when somebody gets a booster, it just goes in as another shot. So that's difficult.
Yeah. Looks like we need to do some work in that area if we're going to try to figure out what percentage we're actually at.
Yes.
So the hospitalizations, that's the first time we've seen that number in a couple of weeks.
Yes.
So I know that there was a policy put out by the governor in terms of elective surgeries. And each hospital had a criteria they had to meet. Do you know if we're close to that?
I don't know what that criteria is off the head. I know that's something that came up in discussion recently. And Hillard, I don't know if you want to talk to that at all.
I don't have that information.
Yeah, I think it's just important because I think, there's a lot of people that are in a lot of pain that need these elective surgeries. And to the extent that we can help our neighbors by getting vaccinated so that we don't get to that point. Because the last time that happened, there were people with a lot of really important surgeries that got put off for months.
Yes.
And one of the problems I've had with this situation, it's an awful public health situation, but our opioid deaths are and our the overdoses are getting forgotten about because of what we're dealing with COVID. And when you put people in extreme pain for so long, it's just, we're not making the problem better. So I just would like to not get to the point where we put that kind of stuff off for people, because it's, I know we haven't met with the substance abuse
Yes.
committee in a while, but I think it should really be on our radar.
I can tell you the problem with the hospitals, it's not limited to just surgeries. There've been many undiagnosed strokes and heart attacks and people
Right.
afraid to go out, and certainly going to the ER where people are sick.
Yeah, I was just attributing it to the kind of the pain management part of what some of these people are dealing with. And unfortunately, they're self-medicating and all sorts of other problems. Obviously, the heart attack and strokes just as.
That's a great point, and I almost put that slide in at the end that we don't forget about the opioid crisis that's still going on in Massachusetts and across the country in the Cape. So, and it's probably a time to fit the YSAC committee that's been very active lately. We got a lot of new members now, and have them come before the board and give some update on the opioid cases that we have in town, the Narcan that's been distributed, the deaths that we've had, and maybe at some future event that we could
I
be
would
there.
really be interested in that. I think, every chance we get to look at that and find out what resources are out there, what other programs are available that we could be working on, it's extremely important. I know I made my comments last week about the mandates. I happen to be on Facebook this morning. I follow the town of Barnstable, and I just want to read what their policy is. I don't know if it has any meaning to the Board of Health, but to me, it spoke to me because, wear a face mask while indoors at medical offices, public transportation venues, as required by federal and state laws. Individuals who are not vaccinated should wear public masks indoors and at public settings. To me, that speaks to me because, we're trying to get more people vaccinated, and what's the benefit to being vaccinated, right? We're told we don't have to wear these masks. We're safer. I agree with keeping a distance, but I think that these are good public policies here. If you are fully vaccinated, maximize protection from the Delta variant and prevent possible spreading to others, wear a mask indoors in public. If you're in a crowded space where transmission of the virus is more likely, people who are taking medication that weaken their immune system may not be fully protected even if they are fully vaccinated, and should continue to take all precautions. Frequently wash your hands for 20 seconds and use soap. Provide cough hygiene, cough into a tissue. Avoid touching your eyes, mouth, nose. Stay home from work when you're ill. Avoid contact with others who are ill, and quarantine if required by the Board of Health. I mean, to me, this makes really good sense because it's saying if you're not within 6 feet of somebody, if you don't have that separation, you should wear a mask. So I put that out there, food for thought, when they can consider their policies. And I hope that they look at this.
I will pass that policy along to the Board of Health. They are looking at some other town policies also, so I'll include that one.
Well, thank you. And thank you for everything. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Selectman Stone.
Well, apparently we have the mother of all coronaviruses in the bullpen in South Africa with Omicron. I got a feeling that that's going to find its way here, just as these other variants have. And the jury's going to be out as to how transmissible that virus is and how effective the vaccines will be or won't be against that strain. So this is, I think often the public looks at what has been said or what has been done about this pandemic from a standpoint, really a Monday morning quarterbacking to be critical, whereas this is an evolving problem. And these variants seem to be increasingly more contagious, and it remains to be seen whether they'll be more lethal. There might be other vaccines that have to be developed. They might be that more powerful. I know the president put a stop to air flights coming into this country from South Africa, but that was 2 days. There was a 2-day hiatus in between that pronouncement and it going into effect. And I got to believe people were coming into the country during that period of time, and probably some of them were carriers. So you have to stay as protected as you can with all of the medical options that are available to you: masks, distancing, vaccinations, and so forth. I want to switch my attention briefly to the children that are getting infected. Do we know what the severity of the illnesses are in children? Are they resilient enough that they only get mild reactions to the virus, or are some of these children, like adults, hospitalized in ICU units and things like that?
Well, we haven't seen any in November, because I have the ages I provided for who was in the hospital. We do look at, when they do the county tracing, they do put kind of like a grade next to them of how sick they have been. I don't recall what the breakdown for the recent children are, but I know they look at the grading. Was it flu-like symptoms? Was it something that they were trouble breathing or something like that? So they do take a little closer look at the symptoms.
The children do a lot better than adults do when they get sick, when they get infected. There's a dramatic difference.
But I would assume, just like adults, if some of these children have other medical problems, respiratory issues, autoimmune deficiencies, that would play into it as well.
By all means, you have children who are on chemotherapy, who have diseases and they're immunocompromised. So you're perfectly right.
Do you think we have a ghost of a chance of keeping the Omicron variant out of the United States? I personally don't, but I want to know what your opinion is.
I agree 100% with you. Closing borders, it's a reaction. It's usually late. A country would have to literally shut down. The virus, yes, it was picked up in South Africa. Whether it started there or not, I don't know that it makes any difference. Just in the sense of people flying to different countries, it's spreading from what I've read. And the opinion that I've been reading as of today is, yes, it's probably here. And certainly if it's not, it will be. And this is not an isolated event. These variants are out there. The viruses keep replicating, they keep multiplying, and they make mistakes in copying themselves. And that's what these variants are. And some of them become very contagious. They spread very easily. Those are the ones that are making the newspaper that you're making reference to now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Selectman Horgan.
Thank you for the presentation. This past weekend, I had a young man who grew up on my street pass away. He was only 32. It's devastating, really, to think that, as much as we are fatigued and as much as we want to get back to normal, this threat is still so real and still taking people's lives. Last week, when the numbers, you guys were sending us the numbers, they were staggering. Double digits, really had me concerned there, and then the last few days have dropped off. First question is, I know that we get updates almost daily of what the numbers are, and that gives me some measure of, I don't know, appeasement that at least I know where our town is and what direction we're heading, but I'm not sure our general public has that knowledge. Is there any way to maybe make this daily counts available on our website so that people, if they're interested in knowing exactly where we stand, can readily find that information?
Yes, I can work with the town administrators on that. It's just a matter of including them in the printout or email, and then just having them probably format it in a map that the town could look at it.
Okay, I just know personally, it's been comforting to see, when we're doing well, and it's good information to have when I know we're not doing well,
Okay.
in terms of how I behave out in the public.
Okay.
I'm curious, we're 2 times the state average. Is that just a function of density? Is it a function of age? Why on Cape Cod, where we seem to be so more spread out than other parts in the state, why are we twice?
And it's a majority of the Cape is twice.
Right.
It's just not Yarmouth, and it's perplexing. Is it just not people getting, we're low vaccination rate, so that could add to it. But then you look at the towns that have the high vaccination rate, but they also have a high positivity rate. And you look at Wellfleet, they have a high positivity rate, but it's only 11 cases. And when I talked to them, I said, we're getting 11 a day, approximately. So why that is just on the Cape versus off Cape, hard to say. Chairman, would you want to say anything?
It's not only the Cape, it's really the whole county. The county just really spiked over the past 2 weeks. And just keep in mind, it's among the towns, it's really not a competition. We get a list, we're watching it carefully, but it's not a question whether we're second or seventh. It's the entire Cape. It's all the towns. Just it's important to keep that in mind.
Okay, thank you for the input, and as always, appreciate the information you're feeding us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. I'm going to just take a moment to entertain a question or two from the public. If there's anybody here from the public that would like to ask a question, yes, please go to the microphone at the podium.
Vita Morris. Did I hear correctly that the CDC is finally going to start keeping track of those who acquired natural immunity through having been ill, and I guess come up with some? Right now, they're requiring those people to get vaccinated, right?
Correct.
I don't understand the thinking of that, but apparently we're the only country that haven't done that in the whole of the world. But are they finally getting to it? And on what basis? Because I personally had an experience 20 years ago with the doctors recommending that I take a tetanus shot. That's how I thought it was. And the next morning I had a huge red blob on my arm. And I called the doctor, and I had to be put on a course of 10 days or 14 days of antibiotic. It turned out the shot was a PDT shot. And I had been sick with pertussis some 50 years ago. It was obviously a reaction to my having acquired immunity from that. And then having to put up with having to, I don't understand that, why they are finally sort of getting to it. If that's the case, I mean, it's just amazing. And in the meantime, keep hammering you, take a shot, even if you've been sick. No wonder people get very sick. Okay, now.
Do you have another question?
Yeah. Yeah, the so-called booster shot. Is that just a third shot of what we already had with the Pfizer or Moderna, or is this some new serum?
No, it's a third shot.
Thank you.
I mean, and I'm sorry, but Isn't pediatrics spelled PEDIA?
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions?
I can make one comment on that, and it's been
Go ahead,
found that people who have been infected and have gone on to gotten a vaccination have had better results. They have more protection by when they've both been infected and also received the vaccination.
Quiet in the audience, please. Go ahead, Dr. Bosky.
Yeah, just once again, it's the science is there. The people who have become infected and then went on to get vaccinated have better protection.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions from the board? Yes, Mr. Smith.
Quick question. I've gotten 3 shots, but in my wallet, it only shows I've gotten 1. And the other 2 were done by the Great Commonwealth of Massachusetts at one of their clinics in Dartmouth. And it shows up on my card, but it doesn't show up on the card that was generated from my 3rd shot. It only shows I've gotten 1.
Oh.
So I'm wondering if I'm pointing to your slides. I'm wondering if your slides show me as only having 1 shot. In other words, where does your information generate from?
It's the state Maven system. So when you get a shot, it gets entered into the state computers. So it should show that you've had your 3 shots. I know, Hillard, you have your app that it shows all 3 shots. I'm just carrying a hard copy myself, but I know there is.
The same place, like CVS, it will show you all your shots there at CVS, but you had yours in 2 different places. That's the problem.
On the hard copy, which I got a picture of here,
Yes.
it shows all 3 shots.
Yes.
On the one that's in my so-called Apple Wallet, it only shows I've gotten 1 shot.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'd recommend getting one of the apps and taking a picture of your own card, and it will be there. That'll get you on an airplane. It will get you into any restaurant. So I would suggest you do this, especially we could all lose our cards. So I would have a picture and use one of the apps. They work really very easily. They'll have a picture of an ID, like either passport or your driver's license is a picture with it. That's my recommendation.
That's in fact what I've done. I've got all of them on there because it didn't show up in the wallet. So I wanted to make sure everything was all in one spot. Again, thank you.
So
Thank
if
you.
people, when they come for a booster shot and don't have a card, we give them a new card with a date on it and signed. It will be entered into the system, but they will have something they can take a photo of. So a lot of people are scrambling for their, try to find their cards. Or if they've laminated it after their first 2, they can't
I
get
was
the
gonna
3rd one
say.
on. So
It was a big push to laminate and I couldn't figure
Yes.
that one out.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Now you can't add to it.
Okay.
But the governor's talking about a passport at this point in time.
so
So we'll all be in one spot.
There you go. Do we have one last question? Yes, sir.
Tom Sullivan, West Yarmouth. If people are listening, I'm not for mandates, but if your doctor tells you to get a shot, you should listen to them. I'm one of your statistics. I came down with a virus in February. I came down on a Saturday night, talked to my doctor, he called me back at 9 o'clock, had me tested right away next day. Within less than 12 hours later, I had to go back to the hospital. I had trouble breathing with a cough. I had bronchial pneumonia. That's how serious it is. It goes for your lungs. And that's what's killing people is actually pneumonia. Not the virus itself, it just activates. So I'm a statistic in Yarmouth here. My wife is too. She didn't get it as bad as I did. But listen to your doctor. As I said, if people are here on the radio talking, they'll never get it. Well, I have natural immune system now because I had the virus, but I've also had 2 shots. And I have a booster shot next week, only because my doctor recommends it. So that's what I tell people at home. If you have a doubt, get the shot. I'm alive. I'm over 70 years of age. Actually, I'm 75 now. And the older we get, the more ability that we have to reject these different viruses, colds, flu, everything.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Did you have a final?
Well, I just want to say, first of all, Dan, I'm sorry for your loss, and I experienced the same thing. I had a good friend of mine who was not vaccinated, who died. And he was adamant against it, and you know, he's entitled to his beliefs, and unfortunately, he passed away at a very young age, and it's sad, and I don't want to see that happen to anybody else. Because you never think it's going to happen to you until it happens to you.
Right, right. Okay, well, thank you, everybody, for being here tonight to update us. That was very helpful. We're going to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is an update from the Yarmouth Disability Commission. This is a group of dedicated volunteers who've been serving the town well. We haven't heard from them until tonight, and we're really happy to see everybody. For those of you who are on the committee, feel free to move forward at least to the front row. So in case a question or something comes up, you can chime in.
Sit back there and see.
So Sarah, are you going to be the MC for tonight?
The MC?
Yeah, you're going to introduce your group and kick things off.
Sure. Good evening. I'd like to introduce you to David Botting, the chair of the Disability Commission. He's going to give a report on all the goings on of the Yarmouth Disability Commission. I'll hear me.
Okay, sure. Thanks, Sarah. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening,
Thank
David.
you for having us. As you can see, I brought my posse with me tonight, just in case things got a little bit out of hand. As you can see on the slide up here, these are the members of the Disability Commission, along with the term expirations. And it's important to point out that as we set this up, because we are a new commission, we're very thoughtful about staggering the terms to make sure there's some continuity going forward. I also want to point out that, that my note right there, commission is authorized to have between 5 and 13 members. I have a question mark next to 5 because there's some conflicting information out there. I know at the Mass Office on Disability references 5 to 13. But there's actually a document I believe comes from the town of Yarmouth, and that refers to a commission that consists of up to 7 members and not more than 13. I know it doesn't make sense, up to 7, more than 13, but that's what it states. So there's a little bit of confusion there, but as you can see, we've got 6 currently. I think we're in compliance, and I know there's some other individuals, residents of the town that have expressed an interest of joining the board. So, and then of course, Sarah is our town staff liaison, and we're thrilled that she's acting on that behalf for us. She's been great for us. I don't know what the history of this commission was in this town going back. I do know a couple of years ago, back 2018, 2019, there was no commission in place. And there was beginning of some chatter and talk about bringing a group together to get this commission back up and running.
Well, if I can just comment on that.
Yeah,
The prior town administrator, Dan Knappich, had recommended to the board that we reconstitute the Disabilities Commission. So based on his advice, he drafted the charge, and we as a board agreed to set it up and recruit people. And I was the appointments chair for a while to help get the committee started. And obviously with the arrival of Sarah, she's been a huge help in terms of keeping the work of the committee to help sustain it. So yeah, this was a priority of this board in terms of reconstituted. It went dormant for quite some time, and we wanted to get it back on its feet again. So that's why we're glad to see you.
Well, credit to Dan and credit to all of you for making that happen. But as you can imagine, I mean, trying to get this thing off the ground took a little bit of time, even though there was a beginning of some talk and chatter around 2019.
a few months would go by and nothing, and then you'd hear something and then nothing. And so it took a little while to get our legs underneath us. And as you can see on the slide there, we actually had our first true organizational meeting on January 10th of 2020. And we were off to a roaring start, January, February, and March. And we were talking about, what our role was, what we were going to do. And of course, we all know what happened in March of 2020, and things came to a grinding halt. And for the next few months, as we all know, things just were hanging in the balance. And so not a whole lot got done in that time frame, but in July of 2020, we did reconvene remotely, but the meeting started back up again. And as you can imagine, again, we're having discussions around, well, who are the members? What are the terms? Who are the officers going to be? What's our role? What are we doing here? So there was a lot of time spent trying to work through some of those logistics, okay? In August of 2020, we did finally settle on our officers. I was elected to be the chair. Our vice chair is Gail Charette. Our clerk is Evelyn Beal. And then we've got 3 members that support us. Also, during this early stages, we were trying to check those boxes as required by the town. For example, the conflict of interest, the open meeting laws, the getting the training on the sexual harassment policy, making sure everyone was checking those boxes and we were doing what we were supposed to do. So those were the early stages. Again, a lot of blocking and tackling, just trying to figure out, what the role was and getting a process in place so that we can begin doing our work. On the screen are the 6 specific charges, again, on the charge for the Disability Commission, which I think, again, comes from the town, but is driven by the state. I'm not going to read all of these for you. I do want to point out what you see in red were the ones that the committee, or the commission, I should say, early on decided our focus needed to be on. So in terms of prioritizing, where do we begin? And the 2 we identified were, researching the local problems of people with disabilities. And then that number 5, which was basically providing information, referrals, guidance, technical assistance to individuals, public agencies, business and organizations in all matters pertaining to the disability. So one of the first things the commission started to work on was establishing, well, what is our vision? What is our mission statement? Again, driven by the specific charges that we were presented, we wanted to come up with a stated vision and stated mission statement. They're not earth-shattering. We looked at a lot of different towns' vision and mission statements, but we probably stole a little bit from all of them. But as you can see, this is what we ended up with. And I'll just read the vision. The town of Yarmouth will always be a welcoming community that emphasizes integration, inclusion, and accessibility for all. And, again, we were thoughtful in the process. It took us a number of meetings to work through it. We had small committees put together to work through this, but we were really happy with how that came out. So getting the word out, and again, that goes back to the charge in terms of, the information and sharing, guidance on where people can turn to for resources. So the first thing we worked with, and again, with the town, there was a IT consultant that we worked with to help get our page up on the website. So we spent a lot of time looking, again, at other towns to see what they were doing and how they were approaching this. And so we borrowed, best practices from them, and ultimately ended up getting our page set up on the website. The critical component of that page was a way for residents to be able to reach out to this commission and submit problems, questions, concerns that they had. And so right now, when a resident does that, an email automatically gets generated that comes to me and to Sarah. And now it's on our docket for us to address at an upcoming meeting. So that was an important thing for us to have. The second item there, the bookmarks, and you see a picture of it there on the right, front and back. Early on, and again, this was a joint effort, I think, in discussing how do we get the word out that, hey, this commission is now up and running again and is available. How do we get the word out to our residents in the community? And we came up with this idea of a bookmark. And the idea was, let's get this in the hands into the libraries and let them hand it out. And so that's what we did. We hit a little bit of a roadblock when we realized that there was no money in the budget for us to spend or have any expenses. But we were fortunate. We had someone step forward to make a private donation, and we were able to get these published and then distributed. We had an initial order, I want to say, of 500. You guys might correct me. I think we ended up with a second order of 1,000.
Correct.
And most of those have been distributed already, either through libraries or the senior center as well. So it's been very effective, we believe, in getting the word out that we are back in business and we're up and running. And then the last one there, Milestones, and it's a terrible picture, but we have been very fortunate to get a number of pieces put in the Milestones newsletter that goes out from the senior, I think it's a senior center, the senior group. And so they've allowed us to put some information out there, again, with the idea of getting the word out about what we're up to. All right, so getting up to speed. Once we got the blocking and tackling done, what did we do? What were we focused on? And I'm not going to get into a lot of details here, but this is an illustration of the different types of things and people and organizations we were meeting with as we started to figure out what is our role, what is our purpose. We've met with other towns' disability commissions to find out what has worked for them, what doesn't work, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We've had meetings with a number of different people at the town. Jeff Colby was a guest at one of our meetings. And that was basically to talk about the walkway issues and the sort. We had a meeting with Deputy Chief Lennon from the Yarmouth Police Department, making some inquiries about the fines and the enforcement of the handicap parking. That was back in November. We have participated in some of the Massachusetts Office on Disability webinars and summits that they've held. Various members of our commission have attended those. There was one back in the beginning of summer that was addressing outdoor dining regulations. And so we felt it was important to try to get caught up to speed on what those regulations were. We then met with Mark Grills, did I pronounce that right? Thank you. Back in June of 2021 to share some of what we learned, to hear from him what he was doing and how he was enforcing those. And then lastly, CORD, if you're familiar with CORD, it's a local nonprofit organization. It's Cape Organization for the Rights of Disabled. And we recently had one of their representatives come to a meeting and share some of their information, their resources, and just trying to educate ourselves on a number of different issues. Let's see. All right, so finally, just getting to work. We've had 8 inquiries submitted through the website so far. And the issues range from, concerns about parking at the Seaside Festival, the walkways, ramps, some residents simply looking for guidance on where to turn to for resources and how we can help them. In some cases, it's kind of out of the capacity of this commission, but this is such a dedicated group of people. They're like, I'm on it. I'll someone's looking for a ramp, for example, or a chair. We had someone saying, I need one of those lift chairs. And we had one of our members able to reach out, identify a chair and get it delivered.
Wow,
So
that's awesome.
we've done that. Again, connecting residents with some of the local resources that are out there. If you look on our page at the website, we've been adding some of the organizations and agencies in town that provide those resources and are available for our residents. The book project is an interesting one. And I think you passed those around, right? Early on, members stepped forward with this great idea of this book that could be used to help educate some of the younger residents in town. And the whole commission got behind it immediately, loved the idea. We're working with 2 college students. One was writing it, one was illustrating it. And we just thought it was a wonderful idea to share an experience about someone that maybe is a little bit different than everybody else, which is, again, something people with disabilities feel quite a bit. And total enthusiasm about this project. We reached out to Carol Woodbury at the DY school system. She was on board. And once again, we ran into the question of, okay, great idea. How are we going to pay for this? What are we going to do? Again, realizing that there was no money in our budget to be able to pay for this. Once again, members of this commission decided this was too important to just let go. We took it outside of the Disability Commission, continued to work on it with a generous donation from the Yarmouth Rotary Club and some other personal donations. We were able to raise the money to be able to get this published. And earlier this month, there was a session with a number of K-3 students throughout the DY school system on Zoom, where the authors got to read the book actually to them, and every single student, K-3 at DY schools, received a copy of this book. So I know it's a little bit outside of the commission work, but I thought it was worth mentioning because I think it illustrates the passion that many of our members feel about this work and getting the word out. So I think it's important that we recognize them for bringing that forward. Let's see. 1, 2. So where are we at? So right now we meet, and we have been meeting since July of 2020, every single month. We typically meet the second Friday. Our meetings run from 2 to 3. We have been back in person. Trying to think, it was at around July, maybe, I think we started getting back together in person. Our agenda is posted on the website at least 48 hours prior to the meeting. Thanks to Sarah for helping us with that. And then once the minutes are approved at the following meeting, those get posted up on the website as well. And I think that about wraps up the presentation. I just, want to say on behalf of the commission members, thank you very much for your interest in what we're up to and letting us come today and share kind of our journey. It may feel like we haven't accomplished a lot, but trust me, a lot of the details of just managing the day-to-day and how we approach it is important to get that structure in place in order to go forward. So I'm really happy with this group of passionate and dedicated residents that are on this committee.
Thank you.
Questions?
Well, before we go to questions, I would just want to ask if there's anybody else on the commission that would like to say a few words.
I think Dave, you summed it up very well.
You did?
Thank you. Yeah.
No, I mean, you're all here tonight and, don't be shy. It doesn't sound like you're a shy group at all anyways. But really, yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you pass? You can just hold. Can you pass her that microphone so people at home can hear?
Yeah.
Wireless age here.
Yeah, there you go.
Hi, I'm Gail Charette. I just have one comment. We could use some funding, so
Okay.
that's important.
That's why it's one of the reasons why we want to hear from you. We want to know what you need. I'm going to go around to the board for questions, but let me just say, I think what you've done is incredible. And I'm sure you'll get a similar reaction from the board. Typically, one of the most difficult things to do is to restart a committee, for a committee that's been dormant for many, many years, to come back and start it up, because you don't have really much of anything to draw on. So that's an enormous amount of work. And I think we're all very happy that Sarah has been, she came into this picture at a certain point, which could be a real help to you. We've had some instability in terms of the office, the town administrator's office, So you've weathered just about every storm that's come your way, and you've actually done a great job. So don't undersell what you've done. We appreciate what you've been going through and what you've been working on, and so we want to thank you. So I'm going to start with questions and comments from Tracy Post, and we'll go this way.
Thank you very much. This is really a lot of really great work. I do remember the original committee, and sadly, we had some very dedicated people there, and the leader, who was the glue, had passed away. But he had done really a lot of work with, especially with the businesses, in educating them of the importance of the handicapped accessibility and things like that. He was really good working with them and working with the police department. So I guess just generally speaking, I know you mentioned all the people you've spoken to and the issues, but generally, how would you say we're doing? In terms of enforcement, how our fines look. Basically, I'm wondering how we can help you. At some point in time, I know you've done a tremendous amount of work, and it's amazing. But maybe in the future, we could come up with a list of items that need to be addressed. I'm sure you're probably in the process of gathering all that information now. But just generally looking at how our fines fit with some of the other communities and how effective they are and how effective our enforcement is and education with business and things like that. So I really just want to know from you how you think how we're doing.
There's definitely opportunity. And one of the things we learned from Deputy Chief Lennon is the approach that has been taken in the past and the challenges for the police department in some of the enforcement. And the fact that, there's a trade-off between how much is it worth to pursue some of that versus what you're going to get back in return. And as I understand it, that very often you get people who have been fined or get a ticket, they challenge it, and we end up with nothing. And yet, so there's a lot of, the question is how much time and effort goes into pursuing that. Kevin listened closely to the concerns this commission had and promised to go back and take a look at some things. And we expect him to come to a future meeting to come back with some ideas he may have on how we might pursue it. We have a member, we have someone that's been visiting our meeting that used to be on the Hyannis, Barnstable, sorry, thank you, you always correct me. On the Barnstable Commission, and the numbers they talk about in terms of what they're able to raise is staggering, really. But if you think about it, with Main Street and everything else and parking meters, they have the capacity to raise a lot. I don't know if Yarmouth has that same ability to generate that same kind of amount. You got more data on that,
Well,
right?
I attended a Barnstable Disability Commission meeting, and they have a whole different situation there where they, a lot of money comes in every month and is comes into the coffers of the Disability Commission from handicap zone parking fines. And in Barnstable, they have a
meter maid, right?
They have a meter maid
yeah.
system, and they have people dedicated to go out and ticket people for violations. And so and they're actually sitting on quite a bit of money, the commission itself, that they have gathered over the years from the fines. And that income has been lessening, possibly because people are obeying the law more due to
That's the goal.
So it's very different here in Yarmouth. We don't have all that much metered parking to begin with, if any. I'm not sure. Maybe we have some, I forget. But so it's a quite different setup they have there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the meter people in Barnstable might even be a self-funded type of position. So
Yeah, other towns have parking departments. That's something that we don't have, right? Right. I was a manager in Provincetown. We had a parking department that raised hundreds of thousands of dollars every year.
And
Each town has a different, right? They have a different structure.
while it would solve our issue of having funding, I certainly think the approach that our police department has taken over the years in terms of educating people, you know, and not having repeat offenders is really what the ideal situation would be, because you want that spot available. You know, it doesn't do you any good to find somebody when, you know, the person pulls up and still can't get a parking spot. So you want those spaces available for those that are in need. So, well, hopefully in the future, we'll have maybe some points that we can work to help address with you. And, you know, a lot of our committees are in the same boat with funding. We hear that a lot. But what I think you've done, like with this is amazing. This is a really nice piece. And I think it's very much in your purview because, again, education and people, your mission statement of equality, you know, that starts from a very, very young age. And you can see the effects of that in here when a child sits alone because they might be different. So I think it's extremely important work. And so maybe at some point in time, we can talk about the funding piece, but I appreciate all your work and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Selectman Stone.
Thank you. First of all, it was long due really that this commission, this very important commission, be reconstituted. And so I want to commend all of you for stepping up and doing that and realizing the importance of the mission of the commission. I'm glad to see that when you were talking about disabilities or physical challenges or challenges that are more commonly referred to today, that you include cognitive and developmental disabilities as well as physical disabilities. Most people, or not most, but many people, when they think of disabilities or challenges, they think of physical disabilities or physical challenges, and there's probably more or as many or more children that are affected by developmental disabilities and cognitive disabilities. And their needs are just as profound and just as important and just as much need of being addressed as kids with physical disabilities, which are more apparent. So in a way, you're identifying other groups of challenged children and families. I can see that you looked into this deeply and carefully and not superficially. I also think that you have developed in a way, and it sounds a bit of a cliche, but kind of your own infrastructure for operating going forward. And I think that's very thoughtful and very impressive, the way you are looking to get ways to get your message out with media and disseminating information through the library system, reaching out to groups and getting grants. And by the way, I think you should put a budget together and come back with that, because I would be, if it's reasonable and it's demonstrated that it's going to be used effectively, I would be in support of that. I think sometimes we ask people to do too much without giving them the resources to do it. Or as teachers who commonly complain about our unfunded mandates. It's a similar type of thing. You also impressed me with the fact that you know what organizations to go to. You can see you have a vision of a pathwork. DPW, police, and other departments that are going to support what you're trying to accomplish, which is inclusion. This book, I think this is terrific, because whether it be kids reacting to other children who are different from them, it could be because of a cognitive, developmental, or physical disability. It could be because of race, or it could be just that the kid is socially maladjusted. Most kids get disenfranchised because there is some difference that other children don't relate to or haven't been taught to relate to or are not accepting of or whatever. There's a million reasons why that occurs. A lot of that's taught behavior. A lot of it's insensitivity. But this is terrific because this applies to more than just physical disabilities. It applies to any kind of difference between children. And it teaches kids to accept other kids, whether they're similar or not. And so I'm really happy to see this. A suggestion I would make is, in addition to just talking to Carol Woodbury at the higher levels of administration, you might want to talk to special needs teachers and the school psychologist if you can organize them and meet them. I have a daughter that's a school psychologist in the system, and I can tell you that those people in those departments have a particular sensitivity to the issues that you're addressing. It's not to them some abstraction. They deal with the children and their families on a day-to-day basis, and they know what the real problems are, and they know what the real harm is that can be done if children are not accepted. And so if you leave me your contact information, I'd like to follow up with you on that and maybe put you in touch with some people that I think can help.
Got it.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
The teachers have been doing that. They are bringing in the behavioral teachers.
Good, excellent.
Thank you for your comments. And I particularly want to thank you for pointing out that when we're talking about people with disabilities, it goes beyond just those that you can see, right? And it is the cognitive, intellectual disabilities as well. And that's something this group feels very important about making sure that we're addressing at the same time.
I mean, it just as an example, one case that always has amazed me is I had a client who had a son that was on the autism spectrum, and he had a PhD in English, and yet he was dysfunctional in so many different ways because he didn't, with human relationships and knowing who to trust and just basic things that you and I know. Even some people that have very, very high intellects have these challenges. So you guys did a great job, and I'm very, very optimistic that you're going to do some good work.
Thank you.
Selectman Horgan, I'm sorry, would you like to respond or comment? Yes,
Evelyn Beal.
by all means, if you could use the mic, please.
Okay. Evelyn Beal brought us together. She was very adamant about putting together a group. And Dave Botting, our chairman, he's excellent. He really we follow him. And what he knows all about disabilities of that nature. He works in the field. And all of us we contribute in different ways. And we're a very good board together because we have one goal, and that is to serve the public and to make Yarmouth proud. Because I really think that all the money you can spend on, public publicity, but if you don't have your citizens that can rely on us, because we're getting those phone calls or those emails, and that's really important. So I just want to say that.
No, it's an excellent point, and thanks for giving a shout out to Evelyn Beal too. Wonderful person and member. Mr. Horgan?
Thanks for being with us tonight. Thank you especially for the work you're doing week in and week out. Like everybody else, I'm extremely impressed with the work you've done in a very short period of time, especially when you layer COVID over that. You've done all the foundational stuff to get yourself up and running, and it's very impressive. It's early days yet. I think there's going to be a lot of good work that comes out of this committee. One thing I'm kind of looking forward to, and maybe you might even be able to be on the ground here, is we've got the collaborative coming in. And being a part of that process and seeing how they lay out the school and the things that they take into consideration, and then dealing with their population, I think that's going to be a huge resource to mine in terms of things that we could be doing to improve other buildings in town and business accessibility. So between that and now we've got a Sandy Pond Park going in, you know, so there's going to be lots of opportunities for us to create those relationships with people who have special needs. And it's a great learning opportunity for us to go out, find out exactly, you know, what are the challenges and how can they be addressed. It sounds to me like you already started that process. I think there's just a lot more that we can be doing. I look forward to being a partner with you in that. Earlier, you mentioned that people can get in touch with you with the website, but I was a little confused. Are you talking about the town website, or do you actually have a website?
It's the town website. There's a page for the Disability Commission.
Okay.
So,
Is there something on there also about donations? You may
no,
want to think
because
about that.
we're trying to figure out what we're allowed to do and not to do when it comes to the town and donations. So that's something on our agenda.
Okay, I don't know what the process is there either, but
Create something.
I imagine there's a lot of people in town that would be interested in donating to a commission like this.
I like the sound of that.
And also getting that visible on a website would be really a great idea.
So question then, who can I talk to? Is it Robert? Would it be you?
Yes, certainly.
To
Sarah and we can both work with you. And the key thing is, we have some on this evening's agenda. Any donations come in and they're voted to be accepted by the Board of Selectmen.
Okay.
For the purpose, it's always good for people to mention the purpose. This is a donation for the Disability Commission. We place it on the agenda and the Board of Selectmen will vote to accept that. And then those funds will go in a special donation account to be available for your exclusive use.
perfect.
We have to vote to accept gifts, but we have never turned down money.
There you go.
And
So-
if I,
We'll
and
work
if,
with Sarah then on this.
and if I can just finally, I love this. I think disabilities go away when you get into the stories, you get into the relationships about people are people, you know, and nobody are more understanding than children and Mike. But the work you're doing is fabulous. I think, you know, this is something that as a town, we can be really proud of, that, you know, we're taking really concrete steps to make everybody feel welcome and invited in. I'm really appreciative of what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Selectman Smith.
I echo Dan's comments and Mike's comments, and very much appreciate your work. And I need to grab you privately for about 2 seconds afterwards.
Do I have to stick around to the end of your meeting or?
No. I'll grab you before you. Nothing
No
nefarious.
offense.
No, I understand. No, that's a big challenge.
Nothing
Yeah, for-
nefarious, and
for all of
I
us.
just
You got it. You got it.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, well, this has been a wonderful time before the board. We really appreciate you coming in. Once again, thanks so much for all your hard work and dedicated service to the town. It's very much appreciated and certainly makes a difference. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, the next item on our agenda, we've got all our bookmarks. Thank you, Sarah. Next item on our agenda tonight is the Barnstable Municipal Airport Master Plan Update, followed by some public comments. We've made a very explicit point to get folks watching from home, and for those who can come to be here, so we can have a discussion on the municipal airports master plan, their update, and some of the impacts to the town of Yarmouth and how we can address them. And we are graced with the presence of, is it Mr. Ronald Price?
Still is.
And it still is. Welcome, Mr. Price. We're happy to see you. So you've done a lot of work in a very short period of time, so,
It's my pleasure.
and we appreciate you being here.
All right. Well, first, is this thing on? Yeah. I want to just thank the board for having the vote of confidence in my abilities to help you work through your relationship with the town of Barnstable and their airport, and for them to fully recognize the quality of life issues that your residents are facing with respect to the airport just on the other side of the town line. So I'm going to go through very briefly with these slides, sort of summary of the reports that I've submitted.
Actually, before you begin, let me just give a little bit of background as to why you're here.
Sure.
For the folks at home that are watching that might not understand this, the town engaged the services of Mr. Price to assist us. Someone had mentioned during public comments about the importance of advocacy for the residents of Yarmouth. And that's really the intent behind Mr. Price's arrangement with the town of Yarmouth. We've asked him to assist us in aggressively advocating on behalf of Yarmouth residents who have had longstanding concerns related to the airport. And I don't think I'm misrepresenting the concerns of residents or the concerns of members of this board to say that we're less than satisfied in terms of how our issues and concerns have been addressed. I think it's fair to say that there's been a certain degree of frustration that many of the issues and many of the concerns that have been raised over the years have been either ignored or not given serious attention. And that's probably the most diplomatic way I can put it. So we appreciate your being here to assist us in advocating and supporting the residents of Yarmouth who have longstanding issues with respect to the airport and are very, very concerned about future plans to expand and maybe create even more challenging problems or impacts to the town of Yarmouth.
Well, it's my pleasure to help you through that process, and we'll go through the reports briefly through these slides. I want to leave more time really for Q&A, sort of, back and forth. And then also update you on the meeting that we held with the airport this afternoon, because
Go right ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. So there's our beginning slide, which I hope you like the color. Let's see how this works. That's right. So the master plan update that the town of Barnstable is preparing, and it's not yet complete, actually, although in some regards they've reached their own conclusions at this moment, but they're in the process of finalizing everything in the documents, addresses a lot of issues related to the development of the airport. However, I focused on initially here 3 key areas that affect your quality of life concerns. The first one is aircraft operations, and an aircraft operation is a takeoff or a landing. So every time a plane lands and takes off, that's 2 operations. So aircraft operations is a measure of how active the airport is with respect to aircraft activity. The second is how long should the runway be to accommodate the aircraft users? And the master plan looks at not only existing users, but they try to make an estimate of what the future aircraft users might be so that they can be prepared, because there's long lead times in getting anything built at an airport. And I can tell you right now, nothing's going to happen in the next couple of years. So we have time to formalize a better working relationship. And I think we've already taken a great step this afternoon in that regard. But runway length is based on the aircraft type that's flying a particular flight mission. Not every 737 airplane is the same. Not every airline operates a 737 the same way. Everyone's got their own way of equipping the airplane with certain kinds of engines, how many seats are on the airplane, their own operating specifications. So a 737 is not a 737. Just be aware of that. I'm going to also try to educate you through this process of how airports work and how airlines operate as well. So the runway length is based on where's this plane going to go and what kind of plane are we using and how is it equipped in terms of engines and seating capacity and other things. And the other third key issue was, well, how do we use our airfield layout in terms of the runways that we have? And, we've got 2 runways. I should say the town has, Barnstable has 2 runways, numbered 624 and 1533, and that has to do with their magnetic heading. If you add 0 to the end of those numbers, then runway 6 is really heading something like 60 degrees which is northeast, 60 degrees northeast of north. Okay, and it's based on magnetic headings. And also looking at, well, if we need to lengthen the runway, what are our options? What are our alternatives in getting this required length that we would like to have? So those are the three primary issues. I didn't want to get into everything in the master plan because number one, I'm not going to redo their plan for them, right? Or for, it's not feasible. So just to give you an orientation, here's the existing airport. I've labeled, let's see if this works like this. How do I point it?
Try the mouse.
Oh, the mouse?
Yeah.
Yes, that'll show up better. See if you can move it around.
You can see it on the TV. Oh, there you go.
Where is it?
It's on the
Oh, it's
TV
on
to
the
your
TV,
left,
it's not
yeah.
on the screen.
But
Oh,
you
yeah.
can move, if you scroll, if you go back to the right,
you had it.
it'll cross.
Across to here?
Yep, keep going. Go right. There you go.
Oh, cool. All right, technology. I went to engineering school, used a slide rule, okay?
Okay.
Give you an idea. We didn't have a
Use the
computer
slide.
till my senior year, and then it was a big mainframe in a room about this big. All right,
do
so
it just
here's
fine.
the two runways, 1533. So 15 is, this is the 15N, which is the northwest end of the runway, right? Because it heads about 150 degrees. So that's the heading, 150. The opposite end would be 33 or 330, okay? Goes northwest. The other runway is 624. There we go, kind of. And north, by the way, is straight up. And so this runway, 1533, is 5,255 feet. Depends on how tight you pull the tape. And 5425 is the length of 624. So it's actually 624 is actually a little bit longer than 1533. So it's an interesting thing, but we'll talk a little bit more about this as we move on. Clear on where you are here?
Can you, yeah, just for the people at home, can you give an idea of where Yarmouth is?
Yes,
where
this is the town, this road here kind of bisects or separates the two towns somehow. I don't know all of the details, but this side is Yarmouth, this side is Barnstable. This is Yarmouth down here. Right? Yeah. Okay, so. Yeah, it's in here. I don't know where this line goes this way and then it goes someplace else, but this is, there's a primary impact area here. And I also want to point out that the Hyannis Park Civic Association has been feeding information through the town administrator, which I've been receiving. So I'm glad to hear from them, actually. I'm very open to talking with those members if they'd like.
That's great.
I'm available. I don't run away. So does that answer your question? And interrupt me if you got a question. I'd rather you ask now personally, because it's hard to go different. Why isn't this changing?
You have to stick with the mouse. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, so let me see here. I'm gone too far. All right. Boy, delicate. So aircraft operations. So the master plan update, I reviewed their forecasts. There's really nothing spectacular about them. They're very reasonable numbers. There's no alarming things here. They're not projecting pie in the sky numbers. The traffic actually has been declining over the years. We've had, the high-speed ferry introduction. Forget about the COVID-19. Everybody's numbers are down from COVID-19. So they based their forecasts on calendar year 2019 data, which is a responsible thing to do. Everyone in the industry expects a recovery from this COVID-19 somewhere down the road. Kind of thought it might be next year, but who knows? But you have to keep in mind that a master plan is a plan for the future. Nothing gets developed right away just because it says in the plan you're going to do something in the year 2023. No, you only do it if the activity level that's projected for 2023 is expected to be materialized. So master plans are very flexible in terms of their implementation. And it's kind of like a wish list of projects because every project has to stand on its own merit every time you ask for funding from the Federal Aviation Administration, which is where the bulk of the funding comes from for airport improvements, which comes from a trust fund that every time you buy an airplane ticket or buy fuel, whatever for aviation, goes into a pot. It's called the Airport and Airway Trust Fund. And the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, administers that and doles it back out to the airports on a formula basis that they've developed over years. So it's the users of the system that are paying for the improvements, at least from the federal side. And that's a very important point to know, because the local community has to meet their match, which is at this airport, 10% for most every project. So when we know how much passenger traffic we are going to project, and that takes into account population growth and socioeconomic factors and whatnot, come up with a passenger demand. You can translate that into aircraft operations if you make assumptions about how big an airplane we need, what airlines are going to come in, and you're looking for a balance between the aircraft ability to seat people and get those people that you're projecting to where they need to go. So we translate passenger traffic into aircraft operations. This is the standard way of doing this. Everyone does it this way. And at this airport, we have an interesting relationship with JetBlue. They're the primary carrier with Cape Air. Cape Air kind of supports them with their flights, and they have their own flights. But JetBlue and Cape Air are part of this with American Airlines. I shouldn't say Cape Air, it's just JetBlue and American Airlines have formed this American Airlines Northeast Alliance. And maybe you've heard about this, where they're going to try to combine their schedules and feed each other and whatnot. This is the way airlines operate nowadays. It calls for JetBlue to divest itself of some of their Embraer 190 aircraft, which seats 100 people, and bring in this A220-300, which carries 140 people. But just recently, the Department of Justice, US Department of Justice, is looking into this arrangement, and this Northeast Alliance may or may not happen, or it may get changed in some way. So that's still out there. It's one of the things about the aviation industry, it changes daily. We even have a newsletter that comes out called Aviation Daily. And so you know what's going on. It's very dynamic, that's all I can say. And it kind of makes the work very challenging in that regard, because you never know what's going to happen next. Airlines nowadays have almost free reign about what they want to do, and so do just about anybody else. So we got to play within the parameters of the industry. What does it mean for your forecast? It could be that if the A220-300 aircraft is delayed in its introduction by JetBlue, and we want to carry the same number of passengers that we're expecting, you're going to have more aircraft operations. And in my report, I made an estimate of how much would be. It's not 30 or 50 more annual, it's not a lot. But because we're going only from 100 gauge to 140, it doesn't make that much of a difference, but it does translate into more activity. But it's, from overall scheme of things, it's not very much. Okay? It could go down too. Well, who knows? But I'm comfortable with the forecasts and the aircraft operations that they developed. So no need to.
Can I ask you a question here?
Yeah.
My understanding was that when JetBlue first came, they were just making flights to New York, and they were just doing one flight and one return flight a day. With the increased seating capacity, does that necessarily increase the number of flights as well as the capacity of the singular flights, assuming they kept the same present schedule? Would that forecast be anticipating necessarily more flights from JetBlue to New York, for example?
That forecast would only be influenced by that if JetBlue or some other airline came to the airport and said, this is going to be our schedule for the next 6 months or something like that. Because my understanding is that the forecasts are independent of that. They take into account that the community population is growing, that income levels are higher than they are in other parts of the country, as well as the Commonwealth. And these are factors that drive the aviation demand. As a consequence, they have made assumptions as to the types of airplanes that might be accommodating those passengers. And those planes have a certain seating capacity. So the planes are going to fill up. I mean, the airlines are not going to fly a 140-seat passenger here just to carry 25 people. That's not going to happen. If it does, they're going to pull out of the market or put in a different airplane.
I think
So-
prior to COVID, the last numbers I heard on the New York flights was they were at least 90% or better
90%.
filled.
Yeah, well, airlines are running at around
Yeah.
80% average load capacity, which is higher than it used to be historically. You know, if you try to run an airline at 100% all the time, you're going to turn people away during peak periods. It's not possible. So airlines strive for about 85% capacity on their flights. Some are going to be 100%, some are going to be 50%. But if they're not filling 85% of the seats, that market is not for them, and they'll pull out. And even if they have to pay rent that they're not going to use. I mean, that's the name of the game. But they can come in and come out as easily as you go to the Stop and Shop. Did I answer your question? This
Yeah, I would assume that there's some kind of projection that they feel they're going to be able to increase that capacity, and if not with the existing flights, with maybe direct flights to Florida or something like that.
The master plan assumes that some of these planes are going to fly a mission of about 1,500 nautical miles, which will take you down to the coast of Florida. And I guess out to Denver, I think is 2,200 nautical miles. So they're not going coast to coast. And of course, JetBlue doesn't fly coast to coast from everywhere, you know, and their hubs are where their hubs are, and they're going to feed their hubs, which are Kennedy, Fort Lauderdale. There's 3 or 4 of them. So there's still this feeder mentality. Now, another airline may come in down the road, might want to start serving the airport on point-to-point basis, like Spirit perhaps, or Allegiant, you know, and take some of that tourist traffic where JetBlue doesn't serve the market. That could happen, but that'll be seasonal, and they only have just so many planes, right? So there's a limit to what these airlines can do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so on the runway length requirements, this was an interesting discussion we had, but I'm going to tell you what I found, and then later on I'll tell you how we talked about this with the town this afternoon. So the master plan update they did what I call a desktop analysis. There are generalized aircraft performance charts that you can get. Like I said before earlier, not every airplane, not every 737 or Embraer 190 is the same. They're all different. But these are generalized charts to some extent. And they also looked at some of the business jets that frequent this airport. And you do get a fair amount of business jet activity. We call them business jets. They could be pleasure jets, actually. But whatever it is, it's somebody's private plane or they've chartered one, and they're going places as well. So they looked at those kinds of planes because they're the ones that need the runway length. What they didn't do, or at least it wasn't evident in the report, was reach out to JetBlue specifically or any of the operators specifically and say, gee, how long a runway do you really need here for your flight missions that you're operating? Are you offloading passengers? Are you taking weight restrictions? Are you not serving during certain times of the day because the temperature is too high? Where we could help you by giving you the proper length that you need, but we don't know whether you're experiencing any of these shortfalls in utilization. So I didn't see that in the report. I'll tell you now that they said to us this afternoon, they tried to get that data, but they didn't get it. So sometimes airlines don't want to divulge information, but there's other ways to get it. And that's what I told them this afternoon. So I'll follow up later on with the conclusions of those discussions. But they determined that the runway should be between 6,000 and 6,400 feet in length. That's the length that you need from their perspective. And they're referring to that as a usable runway length. And I'll explain that a little bit later on. I did my analysis using similar books as they have, and I came up with the shorter runway, 5,600 feet. So one has to ask, well, how could they get 6,000 to 6,400? And I come up with 5,600. And I think it's an interpretation of the flight charts that are available. And I'm confident with my numbers, and they're kind of confident with their numbers. So the point we made was, well, let's ask the user specifically and say, well, what number do you need? And if you won't give us a number, there's a company that does the flight dispatch for nearly all the airlines. Not all airlines do their own flight dispatch. There's a company out in Phoenix that does a lot. And why not go to them and pay a little money and they'll run an analysis for you. It's all in their computers. They know exactly what every airline has, their fleet, everything about the airplane. Why not get that specific information and put the matter to rest? I'll tell you more about that later. But we do have a difference of opinion, but it can be resolved. So whatever the runway is going to be, we have two options to lengthen. For them, they're looking at a lengthening of the runway. So runway 624, if you can recall from the picture, is really very restricted in the ability to be lengthened. We have railroads, we have roadways blocking, the potential extension of the runway ends. Even on the runway 6 end, they have some item that's called the EMAS, which is an engineered material arresting system. It's crushable concrete. And in the event that an airplane overshoots the runway,
Which happened
in the
there.
past, they used to just crash into things. Now they have a device. It's very expensive material. It's only manufactured by 2 companies in the world. And it's crushable concrete is a good description of it, and it will slow the aircraft down. It's amazing really what it does, but when an airplane uses it, they destroy it. You've got to rebuild it, and that's expensive. But that's how they're preparing it on the runway 6 end, the south west end. And they're going to put it in on the runway 6 end, which is the northeast end. That's a $15 million project. It's not cheap stuff. It's sort of like a last resort in order to accommodate the runway safety area and the runway object-free area that is a design standard associated with runways. And I can give you the history about these, but it would take too long to explain why the FAA allows this to happen. It all has to do with saving face, in my view. But it turns out that runway 1533 is the best option for extending and getting a longer runway length at the airport. And the master plan update looked at various options, many more than are presented in the report. And when they did that, they looked at really what were the immediate community and infrastructure impacts that would restrict how much of an extension could be put at each runway end. And they didn't go very far off airport, let's just put it that way, which I thought was not the best way to approach it, but I'm not running the show, right? And they were hampered to some extent by the dictates of the FAA, who's funding 90% of the project and saying, well, let's not go that far. Let's just limit our valuation to within this area. Okay, that's the decision that was made and we can't change that. And that's just, we have to live with that at the moment. But they are going to look at it, what they call broader community impacts when they do any environmental analysis to support a runway extension. That's why I say we are 2 years at the minimum away from anything happening at the airport with respect to the runway, except that EMAS is going in on the 6 end. They've already have a contract for the design of that system. And FAA wouldn't give them their 90% of the money to do it for the design if they weren't going to do the project. So that's going to happen. And there'll be some taxiway improvements, none of which affects the town of Yarmouth.
Excuse me, can you explain what an EMAS is?
EMAS is crushable concrete.
Okay,
It's a material when it slows the aircraft down. Like if you're going down a hill and you're driving a truck and you lose your brakes, some communities have a lane off to the side. You can steer your truck and the earth will slow you down. Well, this is a similar thing, except it's much more expensive than dirt. In
Says
fact,
$15 million just for that.
yes, that's their budget. 14 to 17 million is actually what's in the report. It wouldn't surprise me if it's more than that now, just because cost of things are going up, right? it's like I say, it's the last resort to getting the runway safety area. And I can tell you the history about it, but your eyes would roll. And I don't want you to do that. So there's a lot behind that decision. And it's not the town of Barnstable's decision to use EMAS. It's the only thing that they have left to do to maintain that runway length the way they have it and provide an equivalent level of safety. That's the key word, equivalent level of safety. The crushable concrete takes the place of pavement or earth to serve as this runway safety area. Okay?
Thank you.
It's complicated and we could spend all night talking about it. And as a result, they recommend a physical runway length of 6,550 feet. Now that's longer than the 6,000 to 6,400 foot range that they had. The reason for that is because of, and that this even gets more technical and complicated, but we use something called declared distances for runway operations, aircraft operations on runways that it has to do with where the landing threshold is located versus the takeoff threshold. This is another way FAA has devised an equivalent level of safety to provide and accelerate stop distance for aircraft and landing distances and wet conditions. For example, you just have to lengthen the runway longer than it. In some cases, you use the entire length. In some cases, you can only use a shorter length. So that's why they're aiming for this minimum of 6,000 feet. And that's what they get. With declared distances, the runway 15 runway length, it will be 54.55. And on the opposite end, going the opposite way, they'll get 6,000 feet. For landing, that was their key driving factor, was really, I think, the landing length in wet conditions or contaminated, what we call contaminated runway conditions. Okay. This is very complicated stuff. I mean, I wish I could give you airport master
You
planning
don't have to tell
101.
us that.
Okay. So, you know, here's the layout. Where's this thing? Here. Okay. So here's your runway today. This gray area. They're going to, their recommendation is to extend this end. This is the 15 end, 895 feet. And extend this end 400 feet. Now, Yarmouth is here, right? This is all Yarmouth.
Hey, interject.
Yes.
The end on the left, that one there, that's Independence Park. That's the clear for everybody.
Yeah.
The other end on the right is down by Yarmouth Road, where they're actually going to tear down the building and redo that intersection with the railroad tracks. That's the other side.
Okay. All right. So this is something called a runway protection zone. In the military, they call them accident potential zones, but we're not allowed to use that in civil life, right? We use runway protection zone. This is supposed to be cleared of all obstructions. It's supposed to be completely void of anything. But FAA has allowed them to maintain this road through it, have all this development here maintained within it. And what's limiting, they found out, was Victory Chapel here. In one of their options, they extended this 1,295 feet out to here, which pushed the runway protection zone just to the edge of this building. And apparently that was the limiting factor in terms, one of the limiting factors in how long they could extend the runway to the northwest. Again, this is an FAA safety determination. They're judge, jury, and everything when it comes to this. So if they're comfortable with this, fine. If you were building a brand new airport today, which by the way, I'm working on in Texas, we would never allow a roadway through that. We would move that road if we needed to. But in the existing airports, accommodations can be made. Same thing here on this end. But they're going to displace the threshold here, 695. You can't see the number, but that's 695 feet. So planes landing will land right kind of where they are today. But when they take off, they're able to use this part of the runway for takeoff. So this yellow now is available for takeoff, as is this yellow. on the opposite end. And that's where we get into these declared distances. Total, the takeoff runway available, takeoff distance available, accelerate, stop distance available, landing distance available. And these are the runway lengths that they're able to achieve with this arrangement. And it turns out it's a compromise, and I'll tell you more about that later in their recommendation. So that's their plan. Now, if my number 5,600 were to stand, we wouldn't need as much of this. But that's a length that's got to be hammered out a little bit more. And I'll talk more about that toward the end of this
So
presentation.
can you give us those two extensions again? The one on the left was 695,
895 extension,
895, and what was the other one?
400. But
Wow.
this, and on this end, the displaced threshold is going to be displaced 550 feet. So the planes will continue to land at the same place. They're just going to have an additional 400 feet to take off. So when you add in this additional 400 feet and this additional 895 feet for takeoff, you're going to get 6,550. Thereabouts, right?
Those are both takeoff, those additions are both for takeoff.
They're allowed for takeoff, but the landings are going to be at the same place. This is the concept of declared distances, which is a whole seminar if you want to get into it. I won't confuse you anymore with that. It's enough, I think. So what does this all mean? What it means is your objective is to improve the quality of life impacts. You want to reduce your exposure to aircraft noise, particularly in areas to the southeast of the airport. That's your problem concerns. That's where the Hyannis Park Civic Association has been vocal. And so we reckon, but you got to also consider everybody, but they get the most impact. The best means, in my view, is to lengthen the runway 1533, which is the only one you can lengthen to whatever the justifiable runway length is going to turn out to be, is to put as much of it to the northwest as you can. Why? Because, let's see if I can go backwards. If you push the runway back further, not to here, but to here even, as the plane comes down the runway and lifts off, it's going to be higher over these outside areas than if they started here or started there, right? So from your perspective, an extension as far away to the south, to the northwest as possible would be in your best interest. And that's the 1295 foot length, which is restricted by Victory Chapel. You have a question?
Yeah, I'm confused. I mean, Victory Chapel is a problem, but you've got a whole bunch of buildings on the inside of it as well that are existing. And Victory Chapel's been there for what, 3, 4, maybe 5 years?
All I can tell you is that
I'm assuming that's where they cut all the trees down.
I don't know anything about the trees, but yes, trees would have been an obstruction. And if it's
There's
on your
massive
property,
trees cutting in that area.
well, that's because there were obstructions to the approach surfaces, which is something they should be doing. If the town of Barnstable has an obstruction to its runway, it's obligated to take care of that.
I get that, yeah.
But in many airports, they don't have that option because the airport is located in town A, but the approach is over town B, and town B has no say about what goes on in town A, and the airport doesn't control that. Everything is complicated, I have to tell you.
Right.
That's what makes the job so interesting.
And
Go
and they-
topsy-turvy.
Right. And the prevailing winds for most of the year are from the southwest, which gives you, you're landing on runway 624 is your optimal.
The winds, according to the master plan, are variable by season.
That's correct. But
Yeah.
but I would say for the bulk of the year, they're from the southwest.
Yes, but not all airplanes are susceptible to crosswind limits. Yeah, light airplane, yes. Bigger airplanes take stronger crosswinds, and they're influenced by where they're going. And we'll talk more about that because there's some solutions that which we offered to the town this afternoon. which they were very receptive. But again, getting back to this situation, they're using declared distances to get the runway length that they want. You can see that they'll be able to take off at 6,550 feet on either runway end, but their landing distance will meet that magic number of 6,000 feet only on runway 33. And it's runway 15 that has the instrument landing system, by the way. It's kind of interesting solution that they have, but I have to tell you, the FAA has been part of this whole process. And so nothing's being done here without FAA's concurrence. And Massachusetts has its own aeronautics division, and they're probably looking at this as well. And everyone who, quote, expert, right, is pushing their opinion forward, and they're trying to come up with a solution. Sometimes it's a camel, which is a horse designed by a committee. So.
I think in the interest of time, I'd like to see if we can just get through the rest of this and then
So
hold off questions till the end.
I didn't mean to talk this long. I really did.
I understand.
So I think you should try to lengthen the runway as much to the northwest as you can and keep the 33 end right where it is today. That's your best solution from your noise perspective with the runway length issue. But the town of Yarmouth should have other objectives that, and then these are the things we promoted to the town this afternoon. One was a standard instrument departure procedure on runway 15. I'll explain a little bit more on the next thing. A preferential runway use program that the tower could suggest to pilots, hey, let's use runway 6 for departure today. It's the least, noise impacted departure. And it's always a pilot and command decision whether they would accept that. Some pilots might, some pilots might not. It all depends where they're going. If you're a Cape Air and you're going to Nantucket, you're not going to want to do that. You're going to want to take runway 15. It saves fuel and time, and that's money. So, but we're going to talk with them about that. They're going to look into this. And they also have a voluntary aircraft noise abatement program, which is very nice. It's telling pilots, hey, do this, try to be flight friendly and that kind of stuff. But there's no graphics with it. And we suggested that they put a map. So pilots will see where the noise sensitive areas are and where the flight paths that they're recommending are located, because a pilot, and I'm one, we're not going to read that thing and remember it when we're flying. Having it right in front of you as a refresher just before you go is very helpful. So noise abatement programs or procedures without a graphic are very helpful. And that was accepted. So this is what we did. We talked about the runway length requirements this afternoon. We expressed our numbers. They're going to look at their numbers. Again, they're pushing everything to the environmental assessment, and they're going to have a scoping meeting with the FAA on this environmental assessment for the runway extension and other projects at the airport. And they promised that the town of Yarmouth would have a seat at the scoping meeting. Okay, so inclusion, you're getting this, you speak up, you get some attention. We also want them to consider some alternative options to yield this, whatever the justifiable runway length is. What we learned was that they recognize that, I got to go back to this. By pushing this runway and the 15N further out, now they're beginning to impact an area community called Barnstable villages. And, they got to be considerate of their own population as well, right? So this is a compromise 895, which could lessen the impact here to the southeast and lessen the impact here to this. It's a balance of balancing the pain, let's put it that way, which it's what is politics but compromise, right? So this may work out. But they're going to look at that and they're going to go back and get a better runway length analysis. They're going to have to do that for the environmental assessment. I don't believe what they have here will stand the scrutiny that an environmental assessment is going to require. So you got another shot at this just by being aware of these things in terms of how you approach them. The standard instrument departure procedure for 15. Right now, when plane takes off at 15, the tower says, fly the runway heading till you reach 2,000 feet. And by then, airplanes in Boston's airspace, their traffic control space. So the tower has limited capability, usually about a 5-10 mile radius. But they just shoot them out and straight ahead. I'm going to show you that on a graphic, an illustration of what could happen here. We also talked about this preferential runway use program, which may or may not work out, but they're willing to look at it. And the tower representative was there as well today, the chief of the tower. And he said that that's a possible outcome as well. These are ideas that they did not consider in doing the master plan. So we're bringing it to their attention. Look at this, look at that. And they're willing to do that. So it was a very positive meeting. I mentioned the graphics for the noise abatement. And I was really pushing for them to take the broader community impacts, which is noise now, as opposed to postponing them. But their hands are tied by the FAA with the scope that they have. Their hands are tied with the budget that they got. So they're just pushing it to the environmental assessment, which they expect to get started very early 2022. So that's not too far away. It's a shame that it didn't take it earlier, but it all depends on who they're dealing with in terms of getting the funding and how much money is available. And, so there's some limitations, but they did their best at the time. Now, what I'm going to do next is I'm waiting for the next part of their master plan report to come out, which is the financial feasibility and how they're going to pay for all of this. Even 10% match on airfield projects, still a lot of money. I mean, just the EMAS alone is $1.5 million. And the runway extension isn't cheap either. So does the town of Barnstable have the wherewithal to pay for this? And they probably are losing money anyway. So they're going to lose more money, but it's offset by the economic value that the airport brings to their community. That's the argument that's always made. Sure, we're going to spend the money. We operate at a deficit, but look, if it wasn't for the airport, nobody would be coming here and visiting. Not everyone wants to drive here, things like that. So it's the trade-off, economic value, benefits versus the cost to operate. As I mentioned to others, you have a library. I'm sure the library doesn't make a profit, right? How much can you make on 10 cents a day? Fine, not much.
Yeah,
So
it's less than that now.
You're never going to change, you're never going to get rid of your library, right? So airports are viewed kind of like the same way. So I'm going to then review that report and give some ideas on that. And I'll meet with you. I'll issue another report. And I'm available for other, help, whatever. So that's coming up. Now I mentioned this this standard instrument departure procedure. Right now, planes on 15, fly the runway heading till they reach 2,000 feet, which is probably somewhere out here somewhere. And maybe not even there, maybe a little even further out. And that takes them right over, some interesting areas of populated areas here. Kind of well-to-do as well, because we drove around there, we kind of saw what houses look like. The standard instrument departure procedure would only be for aircraft that file instrument flight rule departures, right? So that's all the airlines fly, is instrument, even whether it's perfect weather or not, they're always flying under instruments. The procedure that we briefly talked with the tower chief in the airport was take off on 15, turn, and fly out this way. Now, there's a fix out here called the, Marconi, there's a navigational aid out there, way out to the northeast. It's called Marconi VOR. It's a navigational aid. And that is the fix that they use for departures. Boston traffic will take them there and then route them to the northwest to go to Boston. So anyone going to Boston or out to the West Coast, could very easily take this route, fly this way, go out here, gain altitude, and then go on their where they want to go. There's also the possibility of designing a procedure that goes this way. Down here, a slight turn to the left, followed by a slight turn to the right, and then out toward Lewis Bay. That's a little hairy, but it could be done. It's not totally out of the realm. And the airport is willing to look at both as part of their environmental assessment. to mitigate noise. So 2 things that they never thought about, which we brought up at the meeting, they're receptive, they're willing to do it. They're willing to have you on the seat have a seat at the scoping meeting to make sure your issues are concerned and addressed in the scope of work and the budget. They'll look at the preferential runway use thing, but this is very viable. And in fact, a lot of some of the airplanes are doing this right now.
But that's a school right there. Isn't there a restriction about flying over school?
No restriction over.
No more?
Whose restriction is that?
FAA, they have sensitivity restriction hospitals and schools. I was on the advisory committee for the town. We looked it up. We discussed it with the FAA. They're not supposed to be going over the schools or hospitals.
Well, that's a new one on me, I have to tell you.
Here in Massachusetts.
Maybe it's just something that's special here, but we'll have to look into that then. I've never heard of that before. I mean, I know we don't fly over the White House and we don't fly over the George Washington Monument and things like that. Those are restricted airspace. If it's not, is it charted on the charts as a restricted area?
No, it says to say restricted, but they know that it's a sensitive area.
Oh, wow, that's different. Okay.
The pilots don't pay attention.
Of course not.
Okay, what I'd like to do,
All right, so that's it. I'm going to stop.
okay, what I'd like to do is start with questions from the board, and then I'm going to invite the public in. So I'm going to start with Selectman Stone.
I don't have any questions. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Selectman Horgan.
Just quickly, are you going to be able to compile for us a list of points of intervention where we can actually have input into the process? I know that this is a multi-tiered project going forward. Are there opportunities for Yarmouth to be heard and to have conversation with the process and hopefully do what we're doing now in terms of suggesting alternatives that benefit Yarmouth community?
I think the process, the Yarmouth's opportunity is practically passed. They're going to proceed with the master plan update as they presented it so far. They're not changing it. They're going to finish up their work by issuing their last chapter or two, one that deals with the financial analysis. They're going to button it up, and then they're going to get into the aspect of the environmental assessment, where all of this is going to be regurgitated.
Speaking of
that's your opportunity, and we have that now.
And that led into my next question. You really haven't talked about environmental impacts or concerns. Those are yet to be dealt with. Is that what I'm understanding at this point?
The broader, yes, the larger issues of aircraft noise impacts. It was studied in the master plan, but superficially, to the minimum level that anyone would expect in a master plan process. For example, they use average annualized noise contours, which are very hard to interpret in terms of noise, because you hear the noise, you don't hear an average annual noise level, you hear the noise, right? So they're probably going to be doing single event noise contours. They're much more descriptive with a grid analysis, very sophisticated computer programs that do this. That's where all the alternatives are going to be reassessed in the environmental assessment. The runway length is going to be reassessed in the environmental assessment. The master plan is sort of like a wish list that says, we'd like to go in this direction over the next 20 years based on what we think is going to happen. Now, let's stage it and let's do this project first, this project second, this project third. Every time they want to do a project, and if they want federal funding, they're going to have to justify the project again. And they're going to have to do if it requires it, an environmental assessment. And a runway extension will require an environmental assessment. Fixing a taxiway here or there doesn't generate an environmental assessment.
In your review, did you identify any other environmental concerns that exist now on the property or that may be created with an expansion?
I didn't, because my budget was limited too, and I wanted to focus on those things that were of really key interest. I know there are ponds on the airport. There's other environmental issues, wildlife maybe, flora, fauna issues, but I didn't get into those.
Okay.
but they will be as part of the environmental assessment. The assessment covers about almost 30 different impact categories.
You expect that to take place when?
They're going to start, they want to start sometime in a couple, say March next year.
Okay.
That's my guess.
Thank you for your report.
Okay.
Selectman Smith.
I wasn't sure if the name of your company was Hubris or Confidence, and I think it's more confidence than anything else. Who's the final arbiter? The FAA, the town of Barnstable, or who has the final yes or no on length of airport and direction and flight patterns and the like?
That's a good question. The FAA is the funding source. If the town of Barnstable truly wants to lengthen the runway, and the FAA believes that they're not doing it the best way, that they should lengthen a different runway or lengthen more on one end versus the other, the FAA could say, well, go ahead. You're not getting our money. Do it on your own nickel. But if you want our nickel, which is 90 cents on the dollar, we would like you to do it this way. And often that's the way it works out. So he who has the money kind of controls.
Okay.
But the town has the ability to do it themselves.
Interesting.
FAA is interested in safety, safety, safety. That's their motto, right? And but they also want to spend their money wisely. And if they don't think you're doing it in a wise fashion, you're not going to get the money. They got other airports they can give the money to. Plenty of them.
Interesting, because with folks landing landing and taking off in 1531, they come in low right over Hyannis Park, right above Lewis Bay, and sometimes extremely low.
Yeah, that's pilot. That's just, there are other things we could do. We didn't bring it up, by the way, at the meeting, but we could try to see if we could raise the glide path angle for some approaches. That'll get into, when we do the scoping, or if I'm involved, we can raise those points. Let's look at higher glide path angles, especially on an instrument landing system where you get vertical guidance. There are angles that you could use. The standard is 3 degrees, okay? But you can go as high as 3.7 degrees. The further out you are, now the higher up you are. But that's a design consideration that master plans don't typically do, because the FAA feels that that's beyond their airport consultants' capability. But there are airport consultants like myself who can do that. But they just don't see. That's another division, another stovepipe at FAA that handles things like that. So there's airports and there's air traffic and there's airspace and there's flight standards, and they don't talk to each other very well.
Now, I read your entire report a couple of times, and you've clarified what a lot of the acronyms meant and so on. So I understand a whole lot more. And thank you very much for your presentation.
Well, thank you. I try to write it so the regular person who's not in the business can follow what's going on.
Well, again, it took a couple of readings anyways.
I appreciate your comments.
Can you send? So Selectman Post.
Thank you. I also read it. My questions maybe are more basic. When we had an old airport manager and we had noise complaints, they used to work with the pilots and the companies. And now we're being told that, the pilots can basically do what they want. Is that a true assessment?
Well,
so when you talk about this percentage thing, if they can do what they want,
it's not that they can do what they want, but for example, if the tower were to say, we'd like you to use runway 6, but runway 6 is the active runway. And the pilot says, well, the winds are light. I feel safe taking off on runway 15. I want runway 15. The tower can't deny that. What they can do is say, well, we're busy on 6 for now, but you can taxi out to the end of 15 And when we got a slot for you to come through safely, we'll let you know. At a very busy airport, that wouldn't happen, you know. Here, that could happen. So, but the pilot in command makes the final decision. Anything goes wrong, it winds up to the pilot. You don't see the FAA getting blamed very often for problems, you know, accidents that happen.
So a basic question is, why don't they, and I'm sure you've explained this to me, but I just don't understand why it can't be mandated. Why do they have to take off and land over Yarmouth at all? Why can't they take off and land over Barnstable?
It's all based on wind conditions.
So the airport doesn't dictate?
The airport has, once the wheels lift off the ground, the airport has absolutely no control over that plane.
I understand that, but we keep talking about them coming in or taking off this way. Why isn't it simply that they don't take off the other way?
Well, they do from time to time. They do depart on other runways.
But why isn't it just mandated that they take off in a certain flow or pattern?
You can do that. If you go through Federal Aviation Regulations Part 161, which allows the local airport to impose user restrictions. Those use restrictions can include time of day, day of week, type of plane. Only one airport in the country in the last 20 years has been successful in implementing a Part 161.
And what's the criteria for that? Just curious. I'm just curious.
What do you mean by criteria?
Well, is there a criteria to get acceptance of that? Is it simple, disruption to people's homes? Is that?
It's,
I mean, the airplane, they start taking off in the summer at 5 a.m. coming over people's homes. So, I think that that's a good enough reason to request that they go in the opposite direction of the homes.
Yeah, I know. So when you accept federal money for projects, you also accept the strings that come with it. One of the strings is the airport operates all the time, use all the facilities. You just can't unilaterally dictate how the runways are going to be used as the airport owner. It's just against the federal law. The only way to change it is through a Part 161 process. My friend did it down in Naples, Florida. He spent $6 million in law fees just to get it done. And he got a really minuscule improvement because it only applied to stage 2 air. I'm talking technical now, but very noisy planes that they could eliminate, which were coming out of the fleet anyway. They were being retired. Then after he spent $6 million in law fees and his hair turned black to gray in that time period, no airport's been able to set, I work at East Hampton, New York, and they tried it as well. And it went all the way to the Supreme Court, New York Supreme Court, and it got turned down. No other appeals. It's very, 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 very hard to do.
When does the Cape Cod Commission become involved? At what point does the Cape Cod Commission review this project?
I don't know about that. Who's the Cape Cod Commission?
That is the regional land use, and I think that they get involved when it comes to the scoping of the environmental assessment.
Right. So maybe I'm a little bit premature with this. I think that I think you need to understand our concerns in moving forward. That it sounds to me that it's great. You had a great conversation. I guess we have to wait and see how it goes forward, but it looks like we're really not gonna get some of the relief that our homeowners deserve. And I understand the significance of a regional airport. There are benefits to it, but we're taking the brunt of the impact. And I don't think it's fair. And I think that, we definitely need to have a seat at the table. And we need to make sure that at all points that somebody's there. And I think that, we deal with the Cape Cod Commission on a variety of issues that impact nobody but the town of Yarmouth. And this is the exact reason that the Cape Cod Commission is put into place, because it's when we don't have control over something that we're being impacted with. And you know, I really hope that they get involved sooner rather than later. And maybe, do you know what the cost of their environmental assessment is?
Won't know the cost until they do the scope.
Mhm.
I don't even know the cost of their airport master plan update project. I don't know how much.
It's
that
not
costs.
public knowledge, is it?
It is public
Okay,
knowledge.
we
but
just don't know it yet.
I just didn't bother to ask. It's just
Okay.
not relevant for me.
Well, I could spend hours on this going through each detail because I think it's that important, but obviously we don't have time to do that tonight. But as this moves forward, I'm not sure. I mean, I feel like now is the time that we need to express to him what our concerns are so that he can try to advocate on our behalf. And I know that you've gotten a lot of information from a lot of different sources. But I can't say that I am particularly thrilled with the little cutting around the edges of the things that you were able to address today. I think that's great. And I do understand it's a negotiation, but none of that really solves any of the noise impacts. And maybe we're just not there yet. Maybe we haven't gotten the information that we need to really address that.
Well, I think what I've tried to do is give the town of Barnstable some food for thought to take care, to address those issues, which they haven't done as part of the airport master plan update, in my view.
Right.
After I read their report, looking at your concerns, which is the aircraft noise to the southeast, how can we mitigate that? And there are things that can be done that they did not investigate. They're willing now to do that. And you will have an opportunity through that process to follow that along more carefully and closely than has been in the past.
Okay, well, maybe I just don't understand. I know you talked about moving it some feet so they're higher up. I just don't understand. I need to better understand how that particular thing would lessen the noise. You know, how much higher up over the homes at a certain.
It's
and
not much. I looked at that, by the way, in the report.
Yeah.
I said that if they lengthen the runway to the northwest a certain amount of feet, chances are the aircraft will be so much higher. 1 mile, I just went 1 nautical mile out. Okay, so you can extrapolate it as well, and you could get an idea. But it's not significant.
Yeah, and that's what I meant by kind of like we're like. I don't know, we're just a little bit around the edges, but we're not really making any real progress in any solution from what I've seen so far.
The best solution is going to be this instrument departure, I think. This, where planes will be, if you're flying instrument flight rules, you'll get the standard instrument departure, which will be make a climb. After the plane has to get to at least 400 feet in the air before it can do this. For safety reasons, but they've climbed to 400 feet, then they can turn 400 feet above the ground, right? So 400 feet above them, then they can initiate a turn, and we're going to get them to turn to the northeast.
Can I ask why they don't do that now? Why is that? Why does that have anything to do with a runway expansion? If it's disrupting the lives of the people in Yarmouth, and it's available step, why aren't they doing it now?
They're not doing it now because their destination is not in tune with that type of flight. The airline will have to spend, or anybody, any aircraft operator is going to have to spend more time in the air, more fuel burn than they think is necessary to get to where they want to go. And that's just the way it is.
And so
unless you impose this Part 161 requirement, which is very, very expensive and very difficult to achieve with no guarantee of outcome.
So what you just spoke about, the instrument
departure procedure.
Yep. From what I'm hearing though, regardless, if the pilot doesn't choose to take that route, they don't have to.
It's a little different then.
Okay.
See, when they file their flight plan, they're going to be given that standard instrument departure. That'll be their mandate, so to speak. You are going to fly this route to get to this point, to that point, to this point, all the way to their final destination. So when they file their flight plan, flight dispatch, working with FAA is going to get that procedure. That's what they're going to fly, unless the pilot says, I don't feel comfortable flying that way. Unless there's a weather condition and So there's flexibility because this is the way it is. The pilot in command makes the final call on what they're going to do. And it's very, very rare for them to reject something like that. They've got to have a good reason to do it.
Yeah.
So, but the tower it disrupts the entire operation. If they don't fly that route, then airspace, the air traffic controllers who operate the departure procedures in the air are going to say, well, we don't got space for you right now. We'll have to, you got to take a ground delay of 30 minutes if you want that departure, if you want to do what you want to do. Now the pilot has to decide, am I going to wait 30 minutes for this or am I going to go now?
Well, maybe you could research the procedure that was in place with the previous manager, who was very much more effective in working with the flights to create this type of pattern that was more, which was better for our residents. Now,
do you know what that pattern
no,
was?
I don't, but I know that we had a whole lot less complaints for a period of time because it was almost mandated. And I know he worked with them just very specifically. And I don't know if any of that is in place anymore, but there was something that was used at some point in time that helped.
Well, that's interesting to know because I'm not aware of that.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons why we have these meetings is to help give you leads, give you some ideas on some of the things. It's certainly worth something exploring.
I think that, I don't know the technical term to what that was,
I
but
understand.
I know that when Ms. Service was here the last time and we talked about it, you know, I don't think it's, whatever it is in place anymore. So,
Understand.
but thank you.
Yeah, I'm anxious to get to the public. Before I do that, any last questions by the board? Mr. Stone?
Not all pilots are instrument certified, right? So if you're going to mandate instrument takeoffs, you're going to run into some difficulty there.
That's right. If you're flying under visual flight rules, the tower is going to clear you for departure. Their standard procedure, as I understand, is on 15 anyway, is to fly the run. I think they do it for all the runways. Just fly runway heading till you get to 2,000 feet, then be on your way. If you are not certified to fly instrument flight rules, or even if you are, but you don't file a IFR flight plan, you still do what you want. But the tower does say, do this. Now we could suggest that the tower ask them to do certain things, but if you're not IFR rated, you know, not all pilots are the same, right? You get your license, it's pass or fail. You don't get an A or a B or a C. It's either you got one or you don't. And so there are very good pilots and there are not so good pilots.
And I would assume new pilots have to have a way of cutting their teeth. I mean, they're not going to just get done with their pilot training and all of a sudden be able to do everything, including instrument flying. They're going to have to build up and get so many hours up in the air before they can do various things.
Actually, you can get your instrument ticket pretty quickly if you have the money and the time to do it. You don't need so many hours to qualify to take the test. You just have to take the test when you're ready. Okay? But most pilots don't do that right away.
To clarify something Tracy said, so you don't go off on an unproductive path. I used to be the airport representative for several years and attended a lot of their meetings. The prior manager was a guy named Bud Peralt, nice guy.
Bud Peralt?
Peralt.
Peralt.
And he was, they had a voluntary compliance system with the Cape Air and others, mostly Cape Air. And if there was a complaint, they had a tracking system.
Mm-hmm.
There's members of the public that question the accuracy of that tracking system, but in any event, they would point out the particular flight. They would give information.
Yes.
They would speak to the carrier,
Yes,
who in turn supposedly was supposed to speak to the pilot
right.
about certain hours. You know, they had like a kind of an involuntary agreement that you wouldn't fly before 6 o'clock or whatever in certain flight paths. don't hold me to that time, that's arbitrary, but there was certain hours. And then if they did that, the person in charge of the carrier would talk to the pilot and say, hey, you know, you're leaving too early and so forth. But even in that dialogue, like you said, they always pointed out that they could only exert, for lack of a better word, moral pressure,
That's right.
because under the FAA guidance in the last analysis, the pilot makes the final judgment
Correct.
in navigation, and they said, and there's nothing they can do about that.
They can, what they did was good. I mean, there is a flight tracking system available at the airport so that if you have, you hear a noisy plane, you can check the monitor and you could try to identify that aircraft. But again, there's just so much at the airport. They can go to that pilot and say, you know, you're causing us a lot of problem. Every time you go, you're causing noise complaints. Can't you do something? Be a better citizen, fly friendly, and they can twist his arm or whatever, but that's about as far as they can go. If he was flying unsafe, that's another matter.
Sure.
Then they could try to get his certificate yanked, but that's rare. That's rare.
I mean, it's just like, I know it's not the best example, but if you're operating a motor vehicle on the highway, you have to make the final call. If you see an object that comes out suddenly in front of you, whether to brake or not to brake, go left or to go right, or to strike it, or to decelerate or whatever, you have to make that decision. And that complicates all of this, I think. But I wanted to talk about practicalities a little bit. You mentioned that airports could be more restrictive in terms of controlling what occurs on the airport in terms of schedules, runways, and so forth.
Yes.
Well, what would be in it for the airport to even want to entertain that? Aren't there fees based on the number of landings that come into the airport pretty much, and selling the fuel and stuff like that? Aren't they interested in volume from a business point of view?
Of course they are. The more traffic they have, the more opportunity for revenue that they have. But they have to weigh that against community impacts, just like the economic impact for lengthening a runway. All right, we're willing to accept less revenue because we're going to restrict the number of flight operations at the airport during certain hours of the day. But to get to that point, it's very hard. That's all I'll just tell you, because one airport in all of the United States has been able to do this in 20-something years. Just think about it. The FAA makes the final judgment whether it's acceptable or not, and you can appeal it. East Hampton went to the New York State Supreme Court. Actually, it was a federal court in the district, and it was rejected. Their appeal, they finally gave up. They have another solution, which I've shared with others, that is not applicable here to Barnstable. But nonetheless, it's a very difficult process. And FAA will, well, they just go in with a negative point of view. So prove it to me, you know, make it. And they don't want to set, it's the thing is they don't want to set a precedent either. And everyone's going to do it. And then it affects interstate commerce. And that's the overriding thing with Congress. If you change something at your airport, now this airplane can't get to over here, where it has to get from here to go to over there.
No, you're right. The Commerce Clause is the probably most enabling clause in the Constitution that gives Congress authority.
And this is what they're doing.
And that raises real constitutional questions. There was one other thing. Oh, you mentioned with government restrictions, strings attached to the money. That's not just the case with aviation. If you go against the federal government's recommendations on the speed limit, guess what? You won't get highway funding. I mean, that's the control that they have over the states.
That's right. You should. I would suggest that you go to the FAA website and download the grant obligations and assurances package. it'll blow your mind with the obligations that you incur, the strings that come with federal money. And that is what the airport has to live with. If they want the money, they got to accept these assurances. And the assurances are in favor of aviation, not in the favor of the neighboring communities. Now, if, for example, if the town owns the airport and operates the airport and owns all the land around it, then the FAA is going to look to that town to say, we want you to implement appropriate zoning to protect that your instrument, all of your approaches to the runways and all your airspace, because you control the land around the airport. That's rare. And even if they did, and they didn't do it, they don't necessarily lose their funding. It's just a hammer that the FAA has if they want to use it. But not too many airports own all the land around them that they can control the use of the land uses to be compatible with the airport. In many communities, and the airport, this is the argument, the airport was here first. You, Mr. Community, allowed incompatible land development to occur around your airport. Shame on you. I mean, that's the view that could be taken. And in some cases, they're right.
I think that's already been argued
I know,
locally.
but and everyone argues that point, but it never goes anywhere.
Right.
The point is, and that's why we have all of these unique ways of solving runway length requirements with declared distances and things.
Okay.
This is all a way of trying to accommodate everybody, okay? But within the limit of what the FAA can do. And they tried their best to do that, but their hands are tied as well because it's the law. You don't like it, change the law.
Okay, thank you very much.
I understand. Okay, thank you. The next step here will be to entertain some questions from the public. So, yes, ma'am.
Good evening. First, my name's Rachel Youngling, Windward Way in West Yarmouth. My first comment is a great level of thanks to the Select Board for contracting with a consultant to look into this deeper. I've been a homeowner directly under the flight path of 1533 for 22 years. So I have a great deal of experience in watching the growth of the airport and exactly what has happened there over time. I've had the luxury to be a participant on 2 of the 4 community working group meetings for the Master Planning Committee for the airport update. And I do have some understanding of what's happening. But I guess my overriding question from this assessment is, Mr. Price, are you telling us there's nothing we can do?
No, I'm not saying that. You do have opportunities to change.
Yeah, please bring that mic as close to your as you can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can try to implement the standard instrument departure. I think everyone at the table this afternoon felt that would be a good solution when runway 15 is in use. And of course, we recognize that that's for airplanes that are flying under instrument flight rules.
And with all due respect, every time we file an airport noise complaint, they say they have zero control and that all pilots flying in are flying under instrumentation.
It's still true. They have zero control. The point is that with the standard instrument departure, those pilots will fly that standard instrument departure as opposed to flying straight out. But they're not giving there's no procedure that's published to allow that to happen. Without the procedure, it can't be flown unless it's flown voluntarily. And some pilots will do it and some pilots won't.
Okay. And do we have any recourse on landing? My exceptions as a homeowner are actually more on the landing perspective than on the takeoff. I'm in direct approach of last Saturday's approach of 4 Osprey military aircraft that flew directly over my house. They nearly touched the treetops on my property. The crystal on my mantle shook enough that it could have fallen and shattered if they had stayed above my home any longer. And when I spoke with the airport about this today, their response to me was, first, they have absolutely zero control over that because that was a military use of our airport rather than a civilian use of the airport. That can happen at any time, no matter what, and they are under no ability or obligation to notify the public of these landings.
The public?
Mhm.
Well, military, believe it or not, the military is much more sensitive to their noise impacts of their operations. If that were to happen again, and you can somehow figure this out, if you could write down the time and the date, a description of the plane, if it's that low, maybe you can catch the number on the plane or something.
I have video.
Okay, great.
Called Air Force One.
Air Force One.
They did not fly over.
Now, here's the thing. I'm not being facetious.
Mhm.
If you were to find where that airplane is based, call that base. They'll know exactly the pilot who did that. They'll call that pilot in and they're going to talk to him. They will. Military is different than the civilian side of it. I recommend you do that in those instances. But what we can do for landings, and there's very little you can do. Quite frankly, we don't land, curving in. I mean, it's just not safe.
Mhm.
I mean, the military guys practice that, but civilians don't fly that way. I mean, you wouldn't want to be in an airplane banking steeply and descending. You'd be white knuckled the whole way, especially when you're looking out sideways, not front. So what we can do for landings is limited. We can raise these visual glide path angles, okay? We have visual angles as well. They don't have to be an instrument approach. It can be visual. It's called a PAPI, Precision Approach Path Indicator. It puts out a red and white light, and maybe you're familiar with that, and you fly the beam. We can raise that beam within limits, okay? That's a potential answer. Same thing with the instrument landing system. We can raise the glide path angle within limits that are safe. We don't want to incur an unsafe situation. And that can be done. Now, if we could prevail that the runway length that they're proposing at 6,550 feet is too long, and they go through another analysis of that runway length, and they come up with something, 5,600 feet is going to do it, hey, then let's move the 33N further to the northwest and extend the 15N out as far as we can go. And now we've got some additional relief for you on landings because we've moved the threshold back. It's not going to be all that different, but it is about the limit that they can do.
Do you have access in your presentation to the updated noise contour models that are projected as part of the master plan?
You mean the contours?
Yes.
I've seen the contours. I know how they're produced. They're average annual contours that are suitable for generalized airport land use plan, community land use planning. But it's too late for you. Your land's developed, quite frankly.
Well, because the interesting thing from my perspective that I've observed is that the 55 decibel range, which was marked by the blue on the noise contour maps, has greatly extended in all areas from all the runways. And one of the points you mentioned, I believe, I could be misquoting you, was that we won't see a great increase in noise. But as I look at that noise contour map, that 55 decibel range projects directly into my neighborhood and right over my home where it doesn't in the existing model.
Yeah.
And what I'm already experiencing when JetBlue goes over my house, if I have a decibel meter, is decibel ratings in excess of 90 decibels per landing and sometimes over 100.
I don't doubt it. The thing is, average annual noise contours, if you've been on the committee, maybe you've learned that it's the whole year's activity.
24 hours a day.
4 hours a day. And even when it's quiet, at nighttime, they're 10, equivalent of 1. It doesn't, this has been a debate going on in the aviation community in the United States for years. For years. FAA, or the United States, is the only country that I'm aware of that uses the 65 DNL as residential. In Europe, they use 55. But if the FAA went to 55, and they're considering this, now they're getting into the prospect of having to buy land for noise abatement, which they don't want to do because they don't have the money. So it's such a big trade-off. And I've been in the business a long time, and this has been going on ever since I've been in the business. So I don't know when it's ever going to be resolved, if ever, but the noise contours are getting larger because they're using pretty much the same kind of planes, the same noise characteristics for those planes, but there's going to be some more of them. When you throw that into the model, you get a bigger contour. I've suggested today that they use single event noise contours for their analysis. Most everybody is doing that now anyway, but because FAA is beginning to finally realize that these average annual noise contours don't mean anything. They're just really, they're not useful for an environmental assessment. They're okay for planning, general planning. If you're out in the desert somewhere and you want to control your land, fine. But in an existing developed area, all it does is tell you, we got a noise problem. Well, we know that. We don't need contours to tell us that. But the single event at least will tell us really the true extent of the noise impact, because you respond to one incident, not average annual incidents. You can't do that. Your brain can't function that way. So
That's a very good point.
no, I mean, really,
Yes. That's a refreshing response.
That's the situation we face. FAA understands this. They're not idiots, you know. I mean, they know the problem, but their hands are tied too. So we have a Congress that has. I'm telling you, you want to change things, change the law. I've been saying this for years, and no one has the courage to do it. But power rests in Congress, not at FAA. They implement what Congress tells them to do, and they try to do it fairly and appropriately. But you want to change things, change the law.
So that is one of my follow-on questions. I'm hearing a lot of reference to the FAA as the ultimate authority in this process. They're the ones that are going to make the ultimate decisions on what we're going to do as we look at the environmental assessment, as we look at the next steps in the planning process. If we are feeling stymied and up against a wall, is our only recourse to talk to our senators and our congressmen and light a fire under them to get them to act on our behalf?
Definitely. I faced a situation for an airport that wanted to close, and we got it closed. First time in maybe 25 years an airport that's been closed. And this is no airport, anything like your airport. And it took us 7 years to do it and an act of Congress, but we got it done. So yes, your last resort is to go to your senators, your representatives, and say, we got a problem. We need to get it fixed. What can you do to help us? That's their job.
And just one final point I'd like to make. You made an analogy earlier that they're running the airport similar to a library. And I would like to make one clarification on that. This is an enterprise fund for the town of Barnstable, in which they're not supposed to run at a deficit. A library can operate for the public good at a deficit.
Okay.
And one of the things we've seen within this enterprise fund over the past 5 to 10 years is a dramatic decrease in revenues, even prior to what the crisis of COVID has brought about. And if we look back 20 years, there was a proposed runway extension 20 years ago to the northwest, which was never implemented. And we've seen that they have not been able to come up with the money to even do that past piece. So my curiosity looking forward would be to see if you could push or find information on why no needs assessment has been done on a local level from the airport's perspective, because all of their feasibility, from what I understand, was done on extrapolative data from FAA studies that were nationwide data on air travel and air traffic patterns by passengers. And then they did a secondary study where they looked at activity out of TF Green and Logan, and then took our zip code identifiers from our credit card data to say, oh, this traveler is traveling from West Yarmouth 02673 and would likely travel out of Cape Cod Gateway Airport rather than Logan.
Yeah.
I call that into question, though, because many travelers would prefer to pay $50, $100 more to have a direct flight than 2-3 connections. So I find that there's faulty logic in that assessment of how they're looking at projecting revenues.
They're looking for the leakage of passengers that use another airport because they can't, because the airline or their destination is not being served from Yarmouth, which dovetails into, well, if we had a longer runway, then the airlines would come here because we could show there's a demand. There's enough people that want to fly nonstop to Denver. Let's get a runway length that'll get us to Denver. Then they go to the airline and say, hey, will you serve our community if we have this airline, we have this runway length, and we can show you in our studies that you can likely get this number of passengers. It's a complex discussion because you got to show how that airplane will make the airline more money flying that route than flying Providence to Denver, for example. Okay, so the airline is looking at the bottom line. It's all math. It's all numbers, and it costs them a lot of money to make changes to their schedules, and it takes a lot of time to do that as well. You know, they announce a change in schedule, it takes them 6 months to make it effective. So what they've done is the standard practice in our business to identify what is your demand. This is the demand that we think this community can generate. How can we serve that demand? Then it's the onus on the airport to get someone to serve that demand. They can't do it themselves. They've got to find an airline that's willing to come in. And chances are this airport is talking with other airlines and finding out their level of interest and what do they need to provide to them. And sometimes they're going to subsidize their operation. Now, in my next report, I'm going to look at the financial side of things, and I'm going to see how much the airport is going to turn to the community, the general obligation bonds. They already have big debt service. How much more the debt service is going to cost them, and do they have the revenue to do it? And then you can raise, I'm losing my voice. You can then raise that argument or point and say, well, town of Barnstable, are you going to impose on your citizens a higher tax rate on their properties and blah, 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 in order to fund this airport expansion? And maybe even the town of Barnstable people are going to say, no way. Who knows? Maybe that's why they haven't done it already.
I'm sorry, I know we've taken a great deal of time. I have one brief question remaining, and this will be my last. You mentioned earlier a comment, and I may have misheard it, that they have not actually had conversations with JetBlue about what JetBlue's wishes are with their fleet?
No, they approached JetBlue and asked them about their runway length requirements. They didn't get a response.
Okay, thank you.
Well, depends on what that amount is. Anyway, yes, please.
The board knows who I am, Tom Sullivan, West Yarmouth. Former chair of the Airport Advisory Committee about 20 years ago. So I've been doing this over 20 years. So I understand a lot of your terminology. I thank you for the report. Pretty highly technical, especially with the aircraft, but you can't just basically look at JetBlue or Cape Air. You got Retrix, and I'm going to read an email from the FAA that I got today. I've been following this for about 20 years. I did look at their report. The 1533, where they showed the buildings there, did you have up on your?
Oh, you mean in the approach?
In your approach, yeah, you showed the map there of the runway.
Yeah.
And that's as far as they go. The only reason they can't go any farther is because that's where their easement ends. They have no easements on any other property surrounding the airport, including all of the town of Yarmouth. This here is Hyannis Park. I took this out of the master plan. This is their master plan map. That's the easement in the Hyannis Park. I mean, the easement going into Independence Park across that roadway.
Yes.
That's as far as it goes. That's where the landing lights, and you used to mention about the zone.
Mm-hmm.
On the opposite end, towards the southeast here, that's it. It goes on Route 28.
Yeah.
To the north, where I am, because when you mentioned about how come taking a left-hand turn and going up, well, they come right over my house. I'm up by the golf course.
Okay.
Okay. I'm under the visual flight path.
Yes.
Voluntarily, supposedly. Yeah. That's as far as the easement goes heading out towards Cape Cod Bay. Now, you mentioned the Marconi marker, which is out farther out towards Orleans, Chatham area. There's a second marker, and that's farther in. And this is the ones they use a lot. And that's up here in Yarmouth Port. There's a market up there called Peterson's Market. It's right off their parking lot.
I think they took that down. Did they take it down?
It's been removed.
It's been removed.
So where?
It's been removed and they sold the property.
Then it was, that must be recent then.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right, because that raised a question that I had. That was put in since 1957. When these runways were designed, they designed them in 1957. We have maps here in the town in their vault that shows it. They did nothing as far as easements goes.
Yeah.
I'll get into that in a second. On your other thing here, you mentioned briefly about and I'll follow up with Rachel, the noise contours.
Yeah.
The current ones are right here. This is also from the master plan. These date over 20 years ago. They were done with a Cessna 402. Cape Air.
Wait, so these are the ones in the master plan?
Yep. This is the master plan.
What do you mean they're done with the Cessna
Cessna-
402?
Okay, they did a Part 150. And those at home, a Part 150 is a noise study.
Yes,
Okay, they did Part 150. They had a subcommittee with the owner of an airline on that subcommittee, Cape Air.
uh-huh.
And he volunteered to use his planes and his pilots to do the noise study. Big conflict of interest there, but it went through. That was slightly before I retired out of the Air Force and came on scene. Because if I was here then, I would have been involved. But those are the 402s, those are the same exact things. I double checked on it. That's how far, that's basically it. Now they're showing the current ones. This is the future. This has not been done. This is, like you mentioned, a guesstimate with a computer.
I'm sure that this was
There
done
isn't
with the
much
computer
difference.
also.
If you look at it, it does extend into Hines Park a little bit, but also extends farther out where I am.
It's true.
Okay, now, there will have to be, and I think the town should push for the noise study. Because we're using turbines. Not using piston-driven engines, which will be incorporated in it. But the majority here, now I wrote the FAA, Mr. Doucette, who is in the,
I know him.
you know him, was it
Sure.
Nashua? Is that, or Burlington?
He's Burlington.
Burlington. Very nice email I received. I basically asked, on the master plan, the picture of the current noise contours and the futures. My first question was, when were they established? Was a Part 150 used to establish the contours? The second one, on the future, will there be a Part 150 study done? And what type it will be used in the study? The answer I got today is the noise contours were developed as part of the master plan a year or so ago. Noise contours may be developed in a master plan, comma, a Part 150 study, comma, or environmental document.
Right.
I don't know what that is. Methodology used would be very similar regardless, but technically this is a master plan and not a 150 noise study. So those noise contours that they're trying to judge on is not a study. It hasn't been done in over 20 years. All right. In a 151 could also be done at the same time about restrictions. Is it 151 or 161?
It's actually, the 150 is for land use compatibility
Yeah.
planning. The 161 is to implement user restrictions.
That's a 161. That's still there.
161.
I understand that. We tried to discuss that 20 years ago. They wouldn't hear it. They didn't want any part of it. It has changed over the last year. We were up against a commission that didn't want to hear anything and an airport manager that didn't want to hear anything. It has changed a little bit. I do file noise complaints, low flying airplanes. I mean, I've had them at 300 feet above my house. And at Hyannis Park, they're at least 300 feet. Okay. As far as the Ospreys coming in, I'll talk to Rachel. The Marines, Air Force, all branches of services have a flight operations centers, and that's where you'll make a phone call to.
You got it.
And they will act on it. All right.
Yeah.
The Osprey is a very big type of plane with the wings, but their downdraft is severe.
Yeah.
They can cause lightning if it hits the right area. That's static electricity. That's how you want to stay away from those. But the other part is I think it's a good groundwork for the board here, which you laid here tonight, because of fundamentals. In your report, it also says with the present aircraft, there is no need to extend the runways.
That was my conclusion.
Your
looking at the-
conclusion, you did say that. There is no extension, no need to it. Now, the EMAS system, that was put in because a corporate jet came in with a tailwind. We had kind of like a little nor'easter. And black ice formed on the runway and he hit it. And he came down the runway and he went right through it. There was no EMAS system.
Yes.
He went through the fence. The only thing that stopped him from hitting those buildings was the fence. He pulled the whole length of the airport out, post and all. And that stopped him because it was a major fuel leak, which get into the storm drains. And they didn't know it, but the storm drains led to Barnstable Harbor, where all the boats were. But that EMAS system is only designed for a 402, not for a jet. It's not that big. Have you seen it?
Well, I'm not sure what it should be designed for the aircraft that are using the airport. Now, the EMAS that's on runway 6 is shorter than the one they're planning on 24.
Right, that's the only one there. That's a short one. They can't make that any bigger.
No, they can't make it any bigger, and that's why there's a displacement on the runway 6 end today. But
the only thing
I don't believe that EMAS was designed around a Cessna 402. But
basically, it was set a small corporate jet.
All right, cool. Okay,
small jets.
Okay.
Because a jet, an A300 coming in and losing it, well, and skidding into that, it'd maybe take off his landing gear, but he's not stopping. Not with the weight of those planes. His weight would carry him right through.
Well, we can debate that, but the EMAS it's a calculated depth.
Yeah.
As well as the composition of the material varies, I believe, based on weight of airplane and speeds.
I understand all that. That's in your report.
Yeah, but the EMAS is supposed to stop that plane and reduce its speed to about 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends.
That's the intent. And I've seen it in operation. I've been at Kennedy Airport. I did a study when Polar Air flew off the end of a runway, and we had the Port Authority asked me, what do we do? How much is it going to cost? And that system was only 400 feet long, as I recall.
On JetBlue uses runway 6 taking off. It also uses 1533. And when it takes off, it banks right. I think the pilot might be thinking he's a fighter pilot or an Air Force pilot. Because when he takes off, he's almost vertical like this, turning. Why? And I was looking at it this summer and I said, why is he turning? Because I have Flight Tracker 24, which is very accurate. I even picked up Air Force One going in Nantucket the other night until he got close enough and he flipped the switch and shut it off and it disappeared. They are turning because they're going into Kennedy.
Yeah.
Kennedy's approach comes right just north of Provincetown, comes right down on the north side of Cape Cod Bay, Plymouth, and straight down. It shows on the flight. It shows where their beacon is picking it up. That's why, because he has to climb up to about 20,000 feet to line up and come in on their beacon. And when he does that, he's noisy. Believe me, my house was rattling a couple of times. The engines are supposed to be quieter, maybe on landing and flying, but not on takeoff.
This is taking off on 6?
He took off on 6. And then when he came in 1533, he came right over me and he was full throttle. And it was really rattling.
Well, this is.
But anyways, I just want to finish this off before we get into what he wrote. The current and future anticipated fleet mix as the basis of a noise map. The noise inputs in the model include 20 aircraft. In other words, they're looking at 20 different type of aircraft coming into this airport. We're not just looking at JetBlue.
Yeah.
20 different aircraft. I know they're recruiting. I think it's a Vecchio. It's a cheap airline out of the West Coast. They're trying to get it here. I was told that by someone who's been attending the meetings. So this is what we're looking at. You're not just looking at just a small. They're trying to make this the Southeast Mass hub. This is their goal was 20 years ago. It hasn't changed. They're trying to make a Worcester down here. We know it. What happened in Worcester. Worcester's basically barely alive up there. I think they got one airline going in, maybe 2 at the most. Manchester's picked up a little bit, but it's also tied in with P's. So my bottom solution will be this, and I address this to the chairman, because you're on the county commissioner. The county should look at this seriously and evaluate it about moving this airport to Otis. Because Otis has 10,000-foot runways. It can handle any aircraft that's built short of a rocket. It can handle B-52s, 747s, C-5s, you name it. I've been there, I was stationed there. So I've seen them all. The county should look into this.
You're talking a joint use facility.
It's a joint use facility and they're all over the country. Pease is a joint use facility. Westover is a joint use facility. And to
That's
some degree,
that's an airport that needs help.
Which one?
The one out at the base. It's undergoing transition out there. It's been taken over by the Coast Guard. It's very difficult for
This is
them.
the
to-
one just west of you, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
it's in the upper part of the Cape.
Yep.
The only
Yeah,
one
it's
that's
always been-
operational is the
yeah.
Coast Guard and it's
Yeah.
expensive for them. Because they handle in all the operations.
It
up
is.
there.
Well, that thought occurred to me as well. Why isn't this airport part of that
Maybe,
Coast Guard base?
maybe, I don't know if the
But-
board should ask them to look into the
We
feasibility.
should put that on this. We should examine that. No
That should be an
question.
alternative in the environmental assessment.
Analysis.
That's because you have to look at all feasible alternatives. You could add that one in.
Yeah.
Now you're dealing with the military, you went in the military, so you know.
I'm retired military.
But you're still part of that
Yeah, I'm still part of
fraternity,
the,
so you know. We
can-
have lots of airports.
I
where you
think
have
in
a
the
civilian
interest of
airport
time,
here,
yeah, I just want
just
to
one
see if
here.
we can just keep moving this along. We're like 2 hours over.
but I think there's a good groundwork. And I think that I'm going to end it there because I know. you
Hope
guys-
everybody brought their cots and their sleeping bags.
I'm glad
I know it's a
Okay.
late night for you guys, so.
No, but all your comments are good. If you have other thoughts, write them down. Make sure that Bob gets them.
Yeah, I will.
All right. I think that would be helpful. We have someone on the screen with their hand raised. I understand, but there's someone on the screen, Bob. Who is the hand raised? Michelle Conover. I want to invite Michelle into the meeting and give her a chance to speak. All right. Can we unmute Michelle? Thanks for
Hey
hanging.
there. Thank you. Thanks for having me on. So thank you to all the selectmen, especially Tracy. Thank you, because the noise is a problem. Obviously, I could tell you've been in this part of town over by the hospital when those airplanes have been going over. So I appreciate that you really seem to understand the quality of sound and the issues that we have with those airplanes. They have been getting worse. They have been getting louder. They have been getting lower. It certainly feels like since we've lived here in the 10 years. So I really do hope that as we continue to move forward with this, that the sound and the noise it continues to be a priority in terms of us. I thank the guy who did the presentation tonight. You know, we're smarter than you think, though, and where there's a will, there's a way, and change can be made. So I do hope you follow up with some of the suggestions that Selectmen made, especially Tracy, again, things to look into, because the noise is a problem. It's a quality of life problem. It scares the kids, you know, when they're outside, they're coming in so low. I mean, again, Rachel, we were in the same neighborhood on Saturday. Those things were coming down. They were so close to the house. Sometimes when I'm driving down Willow Street, you know, I have to look twice. The kids are screaming in the car, the plane's coming at us because they are so low. So the noise is certainly a problem, and anything that can be done to mitigate that moving forward would certainly be appreciated by the residents on this side of the town.
Very good. Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anybody else on the, is there anybody else? I just want to make sure that I'm not missing anybody on the Zoom screen. Okay, very good. Yes, sir, in the back.
My name is Paul Hawkins and I live on Baxter Ave in West Yarmouth. And stuff, I've been active as a community activist with the airport for maybe 8 years, and I've been attending meetings there. They are very nice. They yes you to death. They don't do anything. If you compare all of the letters that we all get when you have a noise complaint, it's a custom letter that they wordsmith and send out to you. When they and they also keep track of the complaints. However, if they have somebody that's a multiple complainer like me and my wife, and we have 30 or 35 complaints, they say, well, that's one person complaining 35 times. Okay. And what happens, you get worn out.
Yeah.
And stuff. And, you know, you roll over in the morning at 5:15, you're awake, and, you know, you're not going to log on to see what the flight number was and that sort of stuff. And then when you send it in, you get a very nice letter. And as we attend the meetings, they're very nice, but they don't do anything. I also think it's a smokescreen when they talk about JetBlue. That's 90 people coming a day. I think Plymouth Brockton bus brings more people to the Cape than the airport. So when they talk about all the financials, I don't buy it at all. Okay. And if they go from 90 to 130, that's not going to make a difference either. I think they're catering to the private jets. He is coming in with 4 or 5 people so they can refuel it and make money. I don't think they care about JetBlue or the commercial things. And I think they're really trying to bring in more of the private jets, and the private jets, the ones that really zoom over your house and make a lot of noise. You know, the JetBlue's once a day, it's very loud, but it's once a day, right? If you look at the private jets, there's probably 30 or 40 a day during the summer. That's the problem. So anyway, that's my 2 cents worth. And I also want to thank the board for hiring this gentleman, because when I'm at the airport, they talk a lot of gobbledygook. I think I'm a pretty smart guy, but not when it comes to aviation. Okay, so, you know, having somebody there that can talk the same thing about the length that they need for the type of planes, I think that's important. So I want to thank the board for hiring and spending some money and investing in this.
Could you do me a favor, sir, and leave your name and contact information with our town administrator?
Sure.
So that we can keep in touch.
Sure.
No, I think it's helpful there are folks that know how to get in touch with us and do get in touch with us on a regular basis. I want to make sure that you become part of the regular dialogue here. Obviously, you're spending a lot of time, and I think it would be helpful to keep us in the loop on some of the things that you're doing.
Right, and I've been a resident here for 18 years, so.
That's great. Well, we're glad to have you in Yarmouth. Is there anybody else in the audience or anybody else online that is interested in speaking about this? We didn't intend to solve this tonight. This is a start. This is the start of a process by which the board can become much more aware of not just the issues, but also what our options are, what tactics we can use, where we might as a community have leverage. So I want to thank everybody for participating in the forum tonight. There'll be others, and we will, I think, you know, as has been said by other board members, we have to find a way as a municipality to be on top of this, engaged in this, and have it sustained. What we've been doing isn't enough. We need to do a better job at that. And I have to give kudos to the Hyannis Park Civic Association and some of the other residents that have been so engaged in this over the years. They've done a great job in keeping us in the loop. But we need to find a way to do more and to be far more engaged institutionally. So, and that's one of the reasons why we have you.
I'm here to help.
So,
I'll tell it to you straight.
all right. So,
I think you know that now.
we know that, and we appreciate that. And we're glad that we had a chance to expose you to some of the firsthand concerns of our residents here. Okay, well, that's good. You'll be hearing more.
It's all the same.
Okay, thanks. Okay, we're going to move on to the next agenda item. This one is scheduled to start at 7:30. This is the water quality update. Or are we going to put a pause on that, Bob?
Pause on the water quality update while additional information is
Right.
coming in on the testing and move right
That's
into
great.
wastewater.
So we're going to table that for today. We're going to come back at it probably at our next meeting or the one after. Let's move on to the wastewater update. Next steps with Mr. Colby. And Mr. Colby and actually Mr. Scott. We've got a tandem here.
So you should have a memorandum addressed to Robert Rittenhour dated 11/24/2021 that Bill Scott, Assistant Town Administrator, that outlines what is in the presentation. The key here is describing sort of the shift from DHY to Y, and then the deliverables associated with that. So before under DHY, there was more of a function of working as a multi-community team where you needed to communicate with other communities, so that there was sort of a lag time and other issues in coordination and buy-in that was necessary, coordination in terms of product development, deliverables, and things like that. When the board made the decision to go to Y, it really facilitated a more efficient and effective process within the context of the town moving forward. Yarmouth determines the message, schedule based on decisions, the deliverables. We've already had meetings with the sort of staff team in this regard. And it's been very effective in creating a system to create the schedule and the deliverables that's within the context of Yarmouth itself.
Yeah, what I would want to add there, Bill, for the Yarmouth team, I think we're well positioned to be able to take this project on. We've got a town engineer, we've got the wastewater superintendent, myself, all with wastewater development experience. And so I think we've got a very strong team, new assistant town administrator and a town administrator with good project management experience as well. And our community development team is very strong as well. So I think we've got a good team to cover all these items that we'll talk about tonight.
And I think that's a good point in terms of what Jeff brought up, is that we've set up an organizational system across this team that involves everybody. It is not just one department, one committee, things like that. So as we move forward, you see we're in implementation mode. So it's not really about planning anymore. It's about implementation. And I think Jeff can go over so that it's more than sewer, some of the things that the town has done that have been effective in terms of nitrates.
Yeah, I think it's important to emphasize the environmental elements that's in the slide there. Stormwater certainly is an important aspect. We need to get back into a more regular program of funding that, since we've had some challenges over the last couple of years, but certainly fertilizer management, the culvert widening. Parkers River Bridge was a hugely successful project. It's just wrapping up now. Of course, the bike trail project also widened a restriction in the Bass River. So we've done some very important components of our overall nitrogen mitigation plan that's been very helpful. So I think we need to focus and keep those in the forefront. We'll continue to look at some additional culvert widening projects that are in the queue as well, to see if we can help minimize the amount of wastewater or sewering work that we need to do that will help save significant funds as well.
So it is also about positive economic growth, about health, about protecting the water supply. So this is more than just a sewer project. And as you see, as we've set up an organizational structure, we're going to address all that. We wanted to create an information system that crosses multiple jurisdictions and provide a venue for deliverables that is publicly and across the departments. To that effect, the board received a memo, I think back in September, outlining the new web page approach. And this is sort of the boxes in which we're putting the information. And when you do this, you facilitate sort of participation by departments. We have had some really good discussions with departments on what they could add to the sewer project and how it relates to developing regulations, developing ordinances and things like that. So creating financing, operations, engineering, project management. So Jeff's team will sort of on that box. Another box is to complete and post the information as it moves forward. So as much as communicating with the board, is communicating with the public, and it's cross-communicating, almost like a filing cabinet to communicate. This is more Jeff's in terms of the products we're looking at and moving forward.
Yeah, so what's right up in front of us right now is the treatment plant design that was approved at town meeting. And so that's something that we're moving forward with quickly. At the moment, we have a RFQ for the owner's project manager that will be hitting the town website tomorrow. So it's a very timely discussion. That's the first step in the process. Then we will go and have a RFQ process for designer selection for that. The state requirement is that we get the owner's project manager on board first. And so that's why that step is important. We're looking to expedite that as much as possible, in that the owner's project manager responses are due December 17th. And we'll look to very quickly, maybe even with a small overlap, release the RFQ for the designer selection services. So we're looking to move that process quickly for the design of the treatment facility. We have the contracts underway for the collection system design, but that's also an important element as well, the second bullet up there. And so these are important elements that we'll be very involved in. The schedule is just a general schedule at this point. When we have an owner's project manager on board, we'll really fine tune what that looks like. But at this moment, we're looking at SRF funding timeframes in the August of 2022. That's the target date at this point. That means construction funding in the 2023 timeframe for town meeting. We'll have to get a little bit more in depth as to what the exact schedule, precise schedule will look like for that, but that's the general overview of what we're hoping to accomplish with regard to construction funding and the overall schedule. There's a number of things we need to do also listed on this slide with the comprehensive wastewater management plan update and the notice of project change associated with that. Those are all things that we'll be moving forward with. The reference to agreements with agencies is primarily Mass DOT with the projects that we have going on Route 28. We need to execute some agreements with them so that we can participate with regards to the construction of the collection system. And of course, as Bill mentioned earlier, some sewer regulations and operations need to be developed over the next year or so.
One of the keys to these milestones is they set the milestones to which you interject other milestones, which are precursors. So data collection, RFPs, RFQs, they're all milestones that feed into these milestones. So you schedule these first, and then you schedule the other ones to feed into these. So one of the important aspects to these types of projects is getting the base information for your grant applications, to determine betterment models and other items. And those are usually done with GIS applications and build out models. Creating a table of all the regulations, permit conditions, criteria by jurisdictions gives everybody an idea of how all the patterning happens within the allowable and the not allowable issues. Literature search, each of those boxes will be subject to a literature search in that website, and we're going to find everything we can. I mean, we found a EIR by the EPA in 1980. It said that the project was $9 million for phase one, and there were a lot of like components from the 1980 EPA EIR. So we want to be able to show those sort of patterning in the sense that been there, done that, and the chronology that the board has spoken of. And as you can see, there's a guide to sort of the website design that this will cover a lot of the other support for the other topics. Economic and land use, there's been some discussion about as DOT moves forward, we want to be able to have a streetscape design, you know, so corridor improvements, land use plan, both tabular, that is in a spreadsheet, and design scenarios, proposed regulations for land use, and also market studies and strategies. The sewer is going to trigger growth, and so we want to be out ahead of that as we're moving forward. Finance and operations, sort of creating a sort of a sewer operations plan. Just people are going to take a look at budgets of other sewer operations that are like this to figure out what the staffing complement is, the assets, the costs, so we understand the relationship between operations and debt before we even move forward. So those are important, and betterment model and regulations, revenue projections, financial updates from the DHY to the Y approach, all issues that we need to deal with as we transition from DHY. Finance and other sources, and I think Jeff could probably speak to the clean water funding.
Yeah, I referred to that a little bit earlier with regard to the August timeframe of 2022, some filing deadlines that are needed to keep us on track. There's also a number of other grant opportunities and funding sources that we're currently exploring. EDA grant is one that we're moving on pretty quickly here, working with the Cape Cod Commission on, and MassWorks is another one that Bill has had experience in. We're looking at as a possibility for some portions of our collection system. And of course, we're trying to position ourselves well for some of the federal Build Back Better and other infrastructure funds that might be available.
And the key to that is having the scheduling and having the readiness to proceed as we move forward, which is out of Jeff's team and the other teams. Environment and health is crucial to this. And basically, as you can see, understandable data on degradation progression. So what are the studies we have, and how do we create a compendium that shows what the nitrate loading has been over the years that is easily recognizable as earlier, the health director showed with us a chart showing COVID projection. How do we do those kind of things so we're educating people on the projection of the nitrate problem? Data on septic system failures, data on the percent of the population that may be required to replace a system based on lot size, age of system. So that all ties into the GIS to run modeling to say if the sewer pipe goes by them, how many of these people will benefit greatly by virtue of the age of the systems and the fact that, you know, on small lots, it's very difficult to replace the system. Studies and information on the issue, health impacts. So we want to get the information out there that has been discussed, but it hasn't been really posted, and on environmental and health. Household and business, this is something that you build. It's an iterative process as you move forward in the project. It is articulating how a person connects, what their costs are, and things like that. And as we move forward with the project and understand more its costs, this is the website that will get built over time. And this is really a simple, really basic diagram that as we go through this, there's going to be project management charts, Gantt charts that integrate all the different steps. And this basically shows, as Jeff indicated, collection and design and plant design are underway. We're interjecting regulations, ordinances, finance, land use, economic development, alternative funding sources that goes to construction funding. And in the back end, you're working with developers as the sewer project is receiving approval to move forward with their developments. And you're also working with businesses and homeowners to help them through the connection process. And then you're moving to construction. So really, this is a really straightforward sequence. There's a lot more detail to that. But what it does is you can see it crosses all the jurisdictions within the context of that webpage and all the departments. And having the departments have their own sort of venue within the process creates better transparency and deliverable, outcomes. I think that's it. It's basically, this is outlining some of the milestones, sequence to town meetings. So your next deliverable to the board will be sort of that sequencing of all these different components.
Can I add just a quick?
Go right ahead.
And I hope that everyone can see some of the key points of this, that as we move now from the planning stages into the implementation stages for this project, the thing that these gentlemen are talking about is really reorienting this entire organization that we have towards fulfilling the component parts to march along that critical path together. And what it does is it pushes throughout the entire organization different roles, responsibilities, tasks, which will all be moved through the Board of Selectmen on a step-by-step basis. So I think what you're going to see is a much more comprehensive approach from the town staff teams to, each have their individual areas that works through our overall guidance in order to get us to the critical path that we need to have. So I think it's sort of a fundamental change in that respect. And I think that there's a lot of these items that are going to start happening a lot more quickly. We hope to be, moving ahead with some of that regulation piece, if, possible by the next town meeting, and to keep everyone, together under the direction and leadership of the board and our staff, and spread out right down to every level what individual coordinated tasks we're doing. So I just want to make sure that, that was a key point and I thought Bill brought it out very well.
Okay, let's go around the board for comments, starting with Selectman Horgan.
Thank you. When you put it all on paper, it becomes quite impressive and daunting. I guess my first question is, I realize you're centering all this work on our staff as it currently exists. Do you feel that we have the capacity to take on all of this extra planning? And if not, what might you look toward in terms of resources that can help us make sure that we hit all the target dates that we have to?
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I could probably start by answering, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, I think we have a very strong staff team to manage a lot of these aspects of the project, especially early on. We will need to develop a structure within the sewer organization with what that looks like, what that team is going to be. But certainly, and that's a little further down the road still. But certainly bringing the owner's project manager on will help us with a lot of these tasks. So it's not going to be exclusively the town staff team. We are going to have outside consultant support for this, as well as the designer. So the owner's project manager will be a separate entity from the wastewater design consultant. So there'll be a robust team around that. Sorry to use that word, but there'll be a strong team around that project.
Okay, I guess that's my biggest concern because it just seems so massive.
I think to that point also, beyond the engineering and the projects that Jeff's team will work on economic development, we are setting scopes for certain studies and looking for funding to fund those studies. So we won't be asking the staff to do all the work. We'll be hiring consultants very strategically to get some of those build-out studies done and everything else. So there's some opportunities across existing funding sources to sort of integrate various studies into the products we need.
That said, I mean, I'm extremely impressed with the work that you've done thus far. I realize it's been a very quick turnaround from DHY to Y, but you know, I think we're really well positioned to do this right and as affordably as possible for the town. Just want you to know that we're here, and if you need resources, make sure to ask for them, because we don't want to go back and look to fix things after it's too late or when we've missed something critical. So we're here to support you in whatever ways we can. Our staff, I know, are terribly busy as it is, so I certainly don't want to overburden them. But at the same point, you know, this is the project that is going to define our generation, and it deserves this type of respect and planning that you're getting at. So I appreciate it. I look forward to working with you and learning more about it.
Selectman Stone.
Thank you. Speaking of robust teams, and we certainly wouldn't want it any other way. Who's going to be on the committee or the group that selects the project manager? I'm assuming that'd be a very important position with respect to the wastewater treatment. How is the selection process going to be handled? I think you said the deadline was the 17th.
Yeah, so after the 17th, we'll have to convene a group that will review that. We'll work closely with the town administrator to determine the makeup of that team, but certainly myself and Mr. Scott are interested in being components of that team, and certainly a few more would be very helpful. That's going to have to happen very quickly.
Do you envision anybody from the wastewater advisory group being on that team?
Yeah, absolutely. They're integral. I should have mentioned them earlier as part of an important aspect of the team. We'll be meeting regularly with wastewater committee to talk with them about this, and having them as part of that review would be excellent.
Because of the lateness of the hour, I'll make this short. Mark and I talked about, and I think there should be some coordination with the county on this, about what a good idea it would be at the county level if they could convert some of these interest-free or low interest rate loans for septic systems into wastewater hookups.
Yes, that'd be part of sort of the financing package and the household package that we would look to develop funding structures that not only fund the project, but also fund the ability of people making the connection. Because between the costs associated with the ongoing costs and then any cost for the connection, is something that we want to be able to subsidize.
While we're on the question, we can comment on that, Mark.
No, I just want to just make it aware that I've been actively advocating for the county to expand their septic system loan fund into a fund that also finances sewer hookups, as well as innovative septic systems because we know that there's going to be a need to not just upgrade more septic systems. That's still part of the solution here on Cape Cod. Not everyone is going to tie into a sewer. Some of those systems will be IA systems, and then people will have to deal with, in a very quick time frame, having to hook up, disconnect their connection to their septic system, and then connect to a sewer system. What we're seeing in other towns, those costs are between 7, 10,000 or more. Those could be costs that might have to be incurred in a very short time frame. And so for many, as I think most people are aware, we have a fairly sizable, what I would say, low to moderate income population here in the Cape, where these kinds of costs can be incredibly burdensome. So my hope and my efforts at the county level are going to be directed towards creating this kind of programming that provides a variety of financing mechanisms based on people's financial status. Now, when I was in the manager's office in Provincetown years ago, we created a housing rehab program with federal money, and we were able to, under federal guidelines, give the poorest of folk, homeowners, incredibly generous and very, very flexible financing terms for people, so that at the very beginning, they didn't have to put out a big check. Those could be constructed in a very creative way so that the financing or the finances were recovered at the time of sale of the home. So depending on how long folks were there, that they were relieved of that burden because of their financial situation. I think here on Cape Cod, we have to be that creative on this, because if we don't, while on the one hand, folks want to protect the environment and do all these other things, the other issue is going to be the financial burden that many people are going to wrestle with, and we've got to figure out a way to do it. There are other counties, there are other regions around the country that have figured out how to do this. So I'd like to see us at the county level embrace a model or an approach that draws the best from some of these other efforts around the country. Suffolk County capitalized their program to $1 billion. All right, I mean, I'm not suggesting we need to do that here on Cape Cod, but we need to basically scale it up so that it's proportionate to the size of the challenge. We can't, maybe we started at a pilot level, but I've been asked a lot about this, and I just think it's an incredibly important component that someone else needs to take on. The county's a perfect place to do it.
And that is, Mr. Chairman, a good system. Housing rehab system through CDBG has definitive protocols in terms of income qualification and the loan extent and things like that, that we could use that model as we move forward and run it through CDBG. But then we would see how can we hire an administrative team to manage those loans and everything else as we move forward, because we can't just sort of hand that obligation back to the county, the application. So those are some of the details in determining. I mean, there's even details that how will the Board of Health handle the destruction of the septic systems? How would they prefer to do that? Do we have enough contractors to be able to do the connections and the destruction? So there's a whole permitting stream there that we need to establish to sort of create some efficiency of connections.
Agreed. Mike, were you?
No, the only other thing I'd say before I pass is that I think what Mark talked about, which, you know, is a great idea because it would serve the same interest that the loans being given for septic systems would serve, which would be public health and environmental protection. So, I mean, it makes perfect sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Selectman Post.
Thank you. I would wholeheartedly support that. And if we can find a way to help, you know, I think funding it is going to be the key, because it's going to take a lot of money, because there's a lot of people hooking up, and it's not going to be just the town of Yarmouth.
Right.
So it's
agreed.
It'd be interesting to see what the analysis is, but you know, you listen to people that this is coming down the pike for them, and their time is ticking out in some of the other towns, because every town has a different policy as to how long after it's there that they get to hook up, and that some of them can't afford to do it. Puts them in a real predicament. It's very, very difficult for a lot of people. The only thing I'll say, I'm surprised that nobody from the Water Resource Committee's here, not here tonight. They were invited though, correct? I hope.
They were. I thought the chairman was going to attend. He must have had some other
Alright.
conflict.
The only thing I can say is kind of working around this for the last few years at a very, very high level. Each community is very different in terms of their implementation. And I know you guys probably have meetings, but I think it's really, really critical that you learn from the successes and not such great successes from some of the other communities that are in the middle of doing this. The pieces that go into something like this with we're going to be doing our business community, which is great, right? There's so many economic development pieces that go with that, but the impacts, the traffic impacts, and getting people to be able to get into their businesses and out of their businesses and traffic flow, these are all very technical, very time-consuming issues that will need to be addressed, and they take a lot of time. But I guess I just talk about the successes of other communities because engineering, OPM, hugely critical in the path that we take, and making sure it's complete. We're very fortunate that Jeff's gone through this in Chatham, but it could end up costing millions of dollars when you find out your engineering is not complete. Things like that. So I just wish you the best of luck. I hope, as Dan said, it's an undertaking. It's a significant undertaking. It's going to take a lot of people. And I agree we have the team in place. I think we're going to have to relook at it when we get to the point in time where we need to really implement some of these things, because it's going to take a division of people, really. So, but I just thank you for the update. It's great for the public to hear it as well.
Selectman Smith.
The project manager, I think that is number one key issue to, as Tracy said, that's extremely important that person or firm, I'm assuming it's going to be a firm, would be very experienced, and the engineers that design this thing, it's extremely important to get it done and get it done complete. And again, I'm just repeating what Tracy just said. And I think what you've laid out here is fantastic, and just keep us informed. And if we need to help with the hiring and interviewing and stuff, I'm sure that we would be more than glad to do that as a board or individually.
Thank you. Here's my 2 cents. I'm glad we're getting into the weeds. All right, let me just say that right out front. I'm glad we're getting into the weeds because we need to be in the weeds. But now what we got to do is organize the weeds so that we've got sequence, timeline, dates, and of the things that have been identified, we have to highlight those matters that have to come to the board. So this board will be prepared for what's coming next. All right, so when are we going?
Decisions, a lot of
Exactly, a lot of policy decisions, an enormous amount of work that has to be done in a relatively short amount of time. We have other things that we have to do, but some of this stuff is just going to have to take priority. And we're going to need to know from the town administrator, maybe there's some things that we really like to focus on, but are going to require a dedicated effort to keep to the schedule, because the schedule that we've sort of conceptualized at a certain level is very aggressive. Now we're adding in all the details, all the fine points, and we're realizing there's an enormous amount of work that has to be done in a short amount of time, right? You want to submit a notice of project change on our plan, right?
Right.
We've got to get the date for that nailed down. We want to apply for the funds. We've got to get a date nailed down for that. As you know, when you apply for funds, there are all these things that you have to have already figured out before doing that. So, and then, of this, what do we have to get ready for town meeting for? Because as everyone knows, once we get into the beginning of the year, our focus is going to be on May. We'll be doing budgets, we'll be doing capital project reviews, and we'll be gearing up for building a warrant for the town meeting. So this is on us. It happens real fast. It goes real fast. You've been on this trip before. So the sooner we get this product that you've developed for us tonight converted into a timeline with specific dates nailed down, highlighting those things. Obviously, not everything is going to be coming to the board, but it's helpful to know what's going on. What are the other components that are being worked on by other members of the team? But I'm assuming you'll have this all done for our next meeting or shortly thereafter.
Even Jeff.
Right.
It's very.
Yeah. Well, it's a robust effort from a robust team, right? No, but I think the sooner we can pull that together, that's going to be a huge help. And obviously the decision of the project manager, that's a big one, because they're going to be involved in refining some aspects of this as well. But we don't want to miss a beat. Right? We all know that we don't want to miss a beat. We want to stick with the timelines that we've already set. Notice the project change. And then there are all these other things that there are things that are still, as has been discussed, but there are things that are missing here, right? We've talked about comprehensive permit with Barnstable, right? We need to have some engagement there. DEP is going to be looking for some kind of watershed permit for Bass River, right? That's not on there. So there's still stuff that needs to be folded into this overall plan.
Yeah, and I think that's the key, Mr. Chairman, is that we get the foundation information that comes from Jeff's team in terms of the design, the permitting, the construction, and then you intersperse what are the intermediate steps in terms of economic development, in terms of analysis and things like that. So
right.
The first base is what do we have for town meetings? What are the deadlines for the funding sources and things like that? I mean, we've been fortunate because this is phased to see if we can interject outside funding sources per phase.
Right.
But my role is more of an organizational across the project, and each team will have their own role, as Jeff has always done throughout the project. None of that will change. His team will do the work he has to do. Mine is to help facilitate the sort of overall organizational efforts. Look at outside funding sources, things like that.
But you guys are going to have to move with lightning speed. Really? I mean,
There's a lot to do, absolutely.
yeah, and there's no question about it. I'm looking at this and,
I just have a random question, and I know it's late, but what makes a project shovel ready? At what point? Like, I just know there's so many funds coming.
well, you want to be through the design process. You want to be clearly through you want to be as close to putting it out to bid as you can.
Each agency is different.
With your permits lined up.
EDA likes about 50% design. MassWorks, you can do 25% design.
But she's using a term shovel ready.
Right.
I know it's been bastardized over the years, but the reality is shovel ready means, at least for Yarmouth, we want to think of shovel ready as shovel ready, which means that you've got your permits done and you've got to be at least beyond the permitting stage. So you have some confidence that you can get your project done.
The detailed estimate, absolutely, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
and you want to have your town meeting date
right.
pretty much figured out when you're going to town meeting to get funds, when you're putting the project out to bid, so that you have some firm numbers to bring to town meeting.
Right.
I mean, that's kind of what I would call really shovel ready. Now, comparatively speaking, when you look at other communities, when they've called their project shovel ready, we know they've fallen far short of that.
Shoveling
right?
something.
Right. Though we'll get away with this or get away with that. But that, in my book, that's shovel ready.
Right. Yeah, for town meeting, there's an inordinate amount of detail.
Right.
For grant funding, they vary about what that definition means. EDA is usually the toughest.
Do we know right now what we're going to Springtown meeting for? What we need to do, what we need to tee up for the Springtown meeting? Anybody want to take a guess?
A lot of it might be the precursor ordinances and other things associated with moving the project forward for the SRF funding.
Right.
Yeah, there
Right.
might be some easements. We're not at the point for construction funds. That's a little premature, but
Right.
there's other things we have been talking about that we can
Right.
certainly line up.
Well, my hope is in a few weeks, we'll have a pretty good idea what we need to do at town meeting. We'll be able to have the appropriate number of placeholders. Anybody else on the board before we move on? Tracy, did you have something else you wanted to add?
Nope,
Okay,
not right now.
all right, very good. Thank you, gentlemen. Well done.
All right, thank you.
All right, the next item on our agenda is the proposed department division reorganization and a report of the proposal from the town administrator. So,
Make a motion, we approve the chart as presented.
Second.
I'll second that.
okay. Okay, we got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? You're gonna get cut off of doing your report, I guess.
It looks entirely appropriate and much more organized than it's been in the past several years. So I was very pleased to see it.
Selectman Stone, did you have an observation?
Yeah, I agree. I'm prepared to support it.
Okay, well, let's call for a vote. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? It's unanimous.
We'll dispense with the report.
I make a motion that we approve the cost of living adjustment for non-union personnel.
Do we have a second?
Good recommendations. Do we want to tell the public what that is? Is that the same 2% rate?
Yeah, I think this might be helpful just from a public information point of view. Bob, do you want to?
The cost of living increase is a 3-year program for 2%, 2%, 2%. So it stays under the 2.5.
I make a motion, we approve that.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. That's a great report there, Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, next item, board and committee actions. We're going to move on to approval of minutes, July 28th, 2020. And let's just take that up first, July 28th, 2020. Do we have any comments, additions, notations?
2020. Jeez.
July 28th.
Oh.
Well, we're in a lot better place than we've been, a few months ago. And then when Bob Lawton was here, my God, it seems like that's all we did. Do I have a motion in favor of approving?
Moved.
Do I have a motion? Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Abstain?
Abstain.
We have 2 abstentions and the motion carries 3-0-2. The November 16th, 2021 executive session, those minutes, are we just approving those minutes and releasing them or just approving them?
Has it been ratified wholly?
Yeah, they can be
Approved and released?
approved and released. And I wonder if anyone caught the typo in there we put to try to trick you. On the second motion, it says it was seconded by Eric Tolley. And I think that was only wishful reminiscence.
That was in spirit.
It should be Mike Stone on the
Okay.
second. And
All
I
right.
think that you've received corrected copies.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they have signed their,
Yes.
I don't mind giving Eric Tully the credit.
I make a motion, we approve and release.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Carries unanimously. Okay, upcoming agenda review. I'm going to ask the administrator, is there something that you would like to speak to with respect to our next meeting and the agenda?
Very quickly, I want to say that there's a continuation of some very critical items that we've been working on. We're going to be back with some more of the detailed information regarding the golf finances. Just we weren't comfortable leaving that sit where it was, and also
Finances?
for the from the
Oh,
golf.
golf finances.
Yeah,
Okay.
to line up their revenues, proposed expenditures, and just have a more detailed discussion, some of that information.
As well
we
as
talked about at the
capital,
last meeting.
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And also the board had requested just a further analysis on some of the potential tweaks for the Dennis Pond and Grays Beach. Any changes to the current policy. And I know there's been a team that they've been meeting and discussing any potential. So they'll have a short update for you on that.
Okay.
And we're also having the fire department proposed training prop back on the agenda. So, and final discussion, let's hope, on the new precinct maps. So all items that we love and we're comfortable with, and we can just drill down, hopefully get resolved.
Bob, I thought the state legislature had already voted the precinct map, so this is just informational?
There is a process to make adjustments to the precincts that have been voted, and I think that what we're finding, just in a nutshell, is that there may be a pathway forward, not to eliminate every single split precinct, but maybe all but one. And so there may be some adjustments that are minor that we make to go with adjustments of the state. What we're trying to do is eliminate as many split precincts for the rep races as possible. So Mary Maslowski, our town clerk, has a little bit more updated information. She's been working that process. And so I think it'll be timely.
Very good. Does anybody have anything to add for upcoming agenda review on that topic?
Just something that Tracy actually mentioned earlier. I'd be interested in having YSAC come in and just talk to them and hear about their work and the challenges that exist.
So
there.
put them on a future committee update, the Yarmouth, it's abuse, substance abuse.
Yes.
Yeah. Is everybody in accord with that? Okay.
Good idea.
That's great. Thanks for catching that. We didn't want to leave that off.
Do we have that licensing matter on, Bob, that we got, was that for the 14th?
Yes, it was advertised.
On the 14th, there is a show cause hearing for alleged license violations at the Alpha Entertainment doing business as the Music Room. And so that's December 14 show cause hearing on those.
Are we having a hearing on an active license? I'm still confused as the status of the license.
We're gonna have that.
We're gonna,
Okay, all right.
it's under the
thought we-
town administrator items, music room. Okay. The time frame for reviewing the proposals from council, shouldn't we be thinking about a time frame, Bob, for when we should bring that up? Do
Absolutely.
we want to do that like right after the new year on one of our agenda items in January?
How long are the proposals good for?
There's not a deadline on them that, we're lucky in the process, exempt from the provisions of Mass General Laws, Chapter 30B, which have the, you have to say contract is going to be issued on such and such a date. So we do have, I think, a little bit of time to, it may wind up being not as convenient to do those immediately around the holidays for the firms themselves.
Right.
But I think if we are able to establish a date and share that with the board and get some consensus on a date we'd like to do it. And I agree, as soon right after the new year as possible. And then we can,
Right. So the date, the agenda item would be for us as a board to discuss and deliberate and pick the top
What I was
three.
just gonna say,
Right.
we need a quick time
Right.
before the actual interview date. to
Right.
Come up with a.
Right. So we need to at least I would say tentatively schedule that to kind of force us
You want to say put
into
that on for the 14th
of January.
of December to set some finalists? That's too
I think
soon.
that might be too early for us. I think
First meeting in January?
I'd like to, because I don't think,
I'll be
let's be
prepared.
honest, you'll be prepared on the 14th?
Yeah, I mean.
You'll be prepared on the 14th?
If it's the 14th, I'll be prepared, yeah.
I mean, I don't want to rush anybody, but I think that we're gonna have to.
There's a lot of information.
You honestly asking me if I'm gonna read all of that by the 14th? No.
Yeah, you can
But I'll pick
consume.
3 anyway. But
All
I'm
right.
serious. I mean, I have knowledge of some of these law firms apart from the
Right,
materials. but-
yeah, I'd be very interested in hearing what Attorney Stone has to say about these folks, because you probably know some of these people.
Hey, let me just
Well,
put,
some of those firms have many, many lawyers, and I might have, there's no guarantee as to who you're gonna get if you hire a big law firm. You probably get a number of different people from time to time, and they have different levels of ability.
They identify people that are going to be the point.
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
I think we should make an attempt to try to pull this off on the 14th.
Either that or the 28th.
And another, I'm almost thinking that
What?
why you might not want to even meet on the 28th. Just meet on the 14th, take a break for Christmas, and then come back right after New Year's.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I think we should give a shot. I'm with Mike. We may not be ready yet, or there may be things that we need to, but let's give it a shot. Let's just try to make that happen on that day.
On the 14th.
Yeah.
Okay. We can at least discuss the process and the issues. And if you're not ready
Right.
to do it, we'll be even more prepared for the next.
Right. Exactly. Okay. Individual items. Anybody on the board have an individual item they'd like to share or discuss?
Not necessarily tonight, but I saw the thing in the packet about the police foundation and the donation. I'd like more information about that. That
Okay.
kind of caught me off guard.
So I was going to just ask about this on the consent agenda, but
Okay. Well, it's been noted. Let's bring it up under the consent. If you could explain it on the consent agenda. But do you have any other individual items? Selectman Morgan, Selectman Stone?
This really isn't an individual item. It's more of a agenda review item, but do we firm up that date in January for the
our goals?
Session?
Yes.
Is that firm date?
It is a firm date. It's going to be
It's the 12th?
January 8th.
8th?
It's Saturday, January 8th. And we even have a location out at the Flax Pond Lodge that is lined up.
Yeah.
And right now, we're gathering previous goals to provide to the board to take a look at. And we're also this week going to be outreaching departments and boards and committees if they have some input for the board. And I have been discussing, the process with our facilitator, and he's got some, I think, some very interesting exercises lined up to help move the
I hope
board.
they're
through
not
the
real
process.
exercises.
Who's going to be is there anybody going to be in attendance other than you and the board?
No,
and the
it's
facilitator?
I mean, it's technically a public meeting.
Yes, yeah. But I
And-
mean, is
and we're
anybody,
proposing
any
it.
other people in town being invited? Any other boards or committees or anything?
And the answer to that at this point is no.
Okay.
The idea would be to gather the information first and have the board, focus with its facilitator on establishing
No,
board of
and I agree
selectmen.
with that approach. I was just curious as to how it was going to be formatted.
Okay. Anybody else with individual items? Tracy?
No, I mean, no.
Okay.
I'll pass.
All right, then let's go to the town administrator items and the consent agenda. If we could just touch on an explanation regarding that donation.
Certainly, and just to go through it quickly, there is the approval of the commercial shellfish regulation changes effective December 1, 2021. Skipping over the big one for a second, the Yarmouth PD has a donation from the South Sea Village Condominium Association for $50. And then there was a wonderful letter that was received from the Yarmouth Police Foundation that purports to donate to the town of Yarmouth the entire Sergeant Sean Gannon Canine and Officer Training Facility, which is the new facility that we toured that was located at the back of the police department and carries with it an estimated value of 2.2 million. It is located on town property. And I feel we, maintain ownership, which was intended from the start. But my recommendation would be, to graciously accept this donation and all of the volunteer work and spirit that has gone into that facility and incorporate that into the town operations as a first-class training facility. It appears to be very high quality. And I think that we should really reach out and thank the Yarmouth Police Foundation for the tremendous, volunteer effort that has brought that to us.
That's incredible. That is just incredible.
I'm just surprised at the 2 million
what I
number
mean.
from the building that I saw. I'm not saying that it's not, it very well could be. My concern, I just don't know if there's any impacts for that significant amount of money. What I get, I think that drew me to it was the property is valued. So the property meaning the building. I
Gotta
would-
be the building because the town owns the
well,
land.
that's what I'm
Yeah,
wondering if
that's what
it's
they're
assessed
saying.
as the whole. I mean,
I'm
not trying
assuming-
to not be grateful. I think it's amazing. We were, Mark, Mike and I we were there for the ribbon cutting and we viewed the building. It's amazing. There was a lot of work that went into that. But I just don't know at that dollar amount if we've ever really accepted something of that nature before, and if it triggers any type of, I don't know what the word is. Is there a responsibility from the town to verify a value?
No, I think that that's a rough estimate, and we're not providing any certification with respect to that value. I think the town needs to have the responsibility to take ownership, operate and maintain the facility. In fact, I discussed, the one big cost potentially, you could say, well, the town has to insure that. And we are adding it to our insurance policy, but the way that our insurance policy works, it's an aggregate policy, and we have over $129 million worth of buildings. And this facility is, I don't think it's going to be listed at 2.2 on their schedule, and it's certainly not, we'll work to minimize that impact, but
Yeah, they're only gonna give you the value of the building if there's a loss to it. They're not gonna give you what somebody donated it for. They'll give you the fair market value or the replacement value.
Yeah,
That's it.
the Yarmouth Police Association isn't looking for a letter from us confirming that we got $2.2 million
right now, and
for their tax records or anything like
and
that.
the thing is, as a 501c3, it's not similar to a commercial entity.
Private person or
Yeah.
private person making a donation.
And then making a donation, and then now they want to claim 2.2 million on their income tax.
No, I understand that. I'm going to claim it on their income tax, but the Attorney General of the Great Commonwealth of Massachusetts, if they see large donations, they want to follow it to make sure that it's legit.
Yeah. So why don't we
But-
pull
but-
it, why don't we pull it out of the consent agenda, make a motion to accept the donation with no certification as to value? That should take
Except
care
that,
of it.
and I think we should go a step further. When we were there, we gave a certificate of appreciation that went to the Gannon family. I think that we need to do the same for the foundation. They did a lot of work. with this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think we should invite them in.
Yeah.
So what I'm gonna do,
Bob, we should invite them in and give us an opportunity to thank them.
Well, if I could, Peter and I came in after much of this was done.
The history.
And so, truthfully, I don't have any of the background on how this happened. It all seems very squishy to me as to how this is backing its way into town property and town operation. I just wish I had a little more information about it before we're asked to vote on it.
So there's a lot of pieces to this, and we did have the ability to have the chief in to talk to us about this. The town received a lot of donations in the loss of Sean, and there was a large discussion in the background going on about how they were going to honor him best within the community. And it was his wish to have a facility there to train with his dog. And that was what the family wanted, and the family was there to accept this on his behalf. So it was always a plan to have, they have a plan back there for training. They still are in the process of trying to get funding for a firing range.
Shoot house. Yeah.
They did the basement of the YPD first with some funds that they had. It came upon very quickly, and it was difficult for us because it wasn't in our capital plan. It wasn't in our long-term plan. Doesn't mean it's not important, but it could, we had a lot of projects in the works already so the foundation stepped forward and has been doing this work, recognizing that the town finds it of value, but we just didn't have the money to fund it at the time. So that's where they stepped in, and they got a lot of donations, a lot of in-kind donations, and they put this together, and they're still working to try to fund the remaining.
There was a lot of in-kind donations with companies that did paving and different things like that.
And I can't speak for Peter, but, you know, a lot of this is new to me. And I'm wondering, you know, rather than putting us in a position of having to vote for something, could we have them in, have a brief presentation?
Well,
Just not only for us,
Let me
but
make
for
a,
the,
sug-
for the
let me make a
population.
suggestion very similar to that. I do think there will be some value in actually getting a tour and getting some of the history. Once you walk through the police station is so different now, particularly the basement of the station. There's so much equipment, so much work has been done with the help of the foundation has done more than just this building. The foundation has done a whole range of things. And I think, quite frankly, it might be helpful before we even honor them and recognize them is to make sure that we get some kind of briefing set up on person where you can get out there and really immerse yourself in some of the incredible stuff.
And I'm happy to do that, absolutely. But I'm
So you
also
rec-
thinking that
are
it
you-
would be helpful to have that presentation here so that the people in the town recognize what we're taking on and what the scope of
Okay.
what we're being given by the foundation. I can't imagine that many people in the town are aware of.
No, I mean, I think the suggestion is wonderful.
The concern I have is
It's the
that,
timing on this.
no, the concern I have is that this is a facility built on town property, right? And so the town is definitely going to have responsibility and liability for it. And yet, if there's
the
a
sooner we-
loss,
the
if
sooner we
there's a
get it
loss, an
insured.
insurance company might say, well, you don't really own the building. You can get into a real legal quagmire about it. And I think to accept this gift gets us out of that situation.
I think it's
that's a good
important that we
idea.
accept it. It's unfortunate the situation. We probably should have had an update before, but I think it's important that we accept it without the value. And we still move forward with bringing them in and having you guys familiar with what their overall plan is.
Yeah,
There's a concept in insurance law where it says you have to have an insurable interest in something in order to receive a benefit if something happens to the asset.
Right.
And I think we're in a really kind of limbo state here. And I think to approve this gift would take us out of that situation and protect the town's interests. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a motion that we accept the gift from the, let me see it, Yarmouth Police Foundation, under cover letter of Bud Nugent, President, dated November 22nd, 2021, with no certification as to the value of the gift.
Second.
Yeah, I second as well.
So we have a motion in 2 seconds on this item. Is there any more discussion? Any more questions? Okay, has this discussion been helpful? Okay.
No, not particularly, but I'm
Okay.
going to abstain from the vote.
All right, so I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed and abstain?
Please.
Okay, so we have 4 in favor, 0 against, and 1 abstention.
I moved the remainder of the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. The next item is the correcting the license renewal certification, the music room. Let's start with Bob, and then I know Selectman Stone's going to want to chime in.
Okay, certainly. And quickly, we were all, very shocked and surprised to actually read in the newspaper a comment that was made by the Commonwealth's Alcoholic Beverage Control Commission that they had some questions about the renewal on the license that is held by the Alpha Entertainment Group, the music room. Upon seeing that morning, we immediately pulled the file and found in that an active license and also a fairly detailed correspondence from March 10, 2021 from interim town administrator Robert C. Lawton Jr. to the Alcoholic Beverages Control Commission updating them as to the status of the license, which was originally issued by the Board of Selectmen exactly 1 year previously in March of 2020, although it was issued under the section of the law that places a condition that they are not allowed to be actually given the license and to operate until they finish building improvements that were outlined in detail. And Mr. Lawton's correspondence indicates to the ABCC that vote, the background, the discussion, and that indicates that in March of 2021, the licensee had finally completed the improvements. Now they were being issued the license to open. And that's why there was an active license in their file the whole time, and contacted the ABCC immediately. We had not received any word of response to the March 2021 correspondence from Mr. Lawton. So we were extraordinarily surprised to hear that there wasn't an issue, and asked them for a response to that correspondence as to is the license active in their eyes. And they indicated at that time that they were not willing to make an opinion on that based on the request from the interim town administrator, that they respectfully requested that the Board of Selectmen take up that issue and confirm with them that it was the Board of Selectmen's opinion that that license was valid, and it was held by the town until those improvements were completed and then issued. And it was the opinion of the Board of Selectmen at that time that that license would be lawfully renewed, but held until such time as the improvements were completed. And so that is the reason that we've brought it back in front of the Board of Selectmen and discussing it with Selectman Stone, handling licensing on it, indicated in the correspondence clearly indicates that it was the board's stated intention that they felt that that license was not issued until they completed those improvements. And so the request is to clarify that point with the ABCC, and also the issues surrounding the renewal process, having not issued it for failure to complete the improvements. So that basically is what that happened with that issue.
I just have a quick question. So we're stating in effect, we're just correcting the record. Apparently they didn't accept what was stated by our interim town administrator.
Correct.
So our job is to sort of.
Can I
Sure.
clarify something? There's another piece to this, and it's in the papers that you have. So as Bob said, they had to do a vestibule. I remember Eric Tolley wanted that done. And so we said, we're not going to give you the license until that's done. They didn't get it done in the same calendar year. It went into the next calendar year, the repairs. And so when it came time, they did the work. We got Bob Lawton, myself, their counsel, and we were trying to help businesses in the COVID environment. And so we said, well, you really couldn't renew your license in 2020 because you didn't have one. We never gave you one. And we thought that made perfect sense. So Bob Lawton said, I'll write a cover letter and I'll explain exactly what happened to the ABCC. If they have a problem with it, they'll let us know. They never indicated they had any problem with it. When the newspaper article came out and this license became an issue, we found out through Bob's communications with the ABCC that a report to the ABCC was issued in 2020 listing businesses that did not renew their license. And Alpha Entertainment Group was on that list as not having renewed their license, simply because they never had one. They didn't physically have one from us because we never gave them one. So ABCC saw that document, and on that basis, they said the board's got to correct that document to show it was the board's intent that when the construction work was done, the license would be granted. And that was our intent clearly. Now, the other thing I want to make clear in the public record is that this dates back to March 10th or March, is it March 10th? March 10th, yeah, of 2020.
21.
No, 2020 is when we took action. They finally did the work in 2021. But we actually approved their license, if you look at Bob's letter,
Yep.
on March 10th of 2020. So that's a long time ago. And we said we're going to hold that until the work's done. What we're doing tonight has nothing to do with the other events that have been published in the newspaper with respect to these people or their affiliates or whatever, number one. Number two, there are pending, there is going to be a hearing in a couple of weeks for alleged violations of the license. And no action that's taken by the board tonight will have any effect on that. So we still, after considering the allegations that have been made at the hearing on, what was that date, December 14th?
December 14th.
14th, the board has the prerogative to impose whatever disciplinary action it feels is appropriate, including modifying, suspending, or revoking the license. So I don't want anyone to think that this action excuses any violations that have occurred up until this point in time. It's merely the correct action that was taken back in March 10th of 2020.
Any violations that may have occurred.
Correct.
Okay, that's not what you said.
Correct. That may have occurred. There'll be, you always, before you take action on any license, have to give people notice of the alleged violations and an opportunity to be heard.
Mike, what you said is any violations that have occurred. I just changing it to may.
All right, you're correct. That may have occurred, yeah.
I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
I think we had an issue like this once before, and we should know not to make decisions that go from one year to the next, because we've had that before in a situation where we were very adamant about making sure the discipline was within the same calendar year for reasons such as this. But here's my question. I have a hard time that the town would put no renewal when there was no, if we're taking the same position that there was no license in the first place. Because that's what we're saying.
We did not take the position that there was no license in the first place.
Okay, good. All right, so if that's the case.
The ABCs, no, we granted the license subject to the work being done.
Okay, so was the renewal paperwork and fees paid both to us and to the state for both years?
Say that again.
Was the renewal paperwork and fee?
There was no renewal because in 2020, because there was no license. They did not physically have a license until March of 2021.
Right, so that's why I asked the previous question. So how, if they didn't have one, how did we say they didn't renew it?
Well, again, I think this is a technical issue, and you know, I'll give you one better. How can you take disciplinary action against the license in February, in December, if they don't have one? We gotta cure this issue.
I understand curing it, but
and it was, you know.
Did he take all the steps that were supposed to have been taken for the renewal, is my question. Did he file the form?
Did he have a license to renew is the fundamental question. And he did not, was never given a license to the board until the work was done. And that was in March of 2021.
So he has paid the town and the state for his license.
For 2021.
Okay.
He never had one in 2020. He wasn't operating in 2020.
So what we held the money and they held the money until the license was issued, and I'm not.
I think he paid the fee at the time the license was issued.
Now, you know what? He came in and delivered a check that we're in the possession of. And I think that as my records indicate, when he picked up, he was given the license in March, but he hadn't dropped off his check yet. So it was the first thing I said, "Where's his check?" And then so he dropped off a check. So
he paid for 20.
he paid for
21.
2021. We have those funds, and they're also looking to try to get on the list for renewal for 2022. And then so I think he dropped off a check for both of those years.
That's a different issue, 2022.
Right.
So in terms of the state, he completed, they have a certificate of insurance. He's bound all of that with the state properly.
My understanding is the only glitch is this signing off on this.
Yeah,
matter tonight.
and it looks, honestly, if you look at the paperwork, it looks like a clerical error that the town was trying to be helpful in sending in the certificate of the the renewals, and they wrote on it, that the reason that it wasn't renewed was because he wasn't issued the license yet. They were trying to make this case that we just held it and we're waiting for the completion of the construction work.
It says clearly on the form that was sent in by the licensing department, Alpha Entertainment Group, 541 Route 28, construction not completed, dash, no certificate of occupancy issued in 2020, dash, no license was issued.
No,
that's what went to the ABCC.
See, that writing that on the form and sending it in, I mean, it seems to indicate a misunderstanding. Right.
But I looked at my records and clearly we said, when you
Yep.
do the construction, that's when you get your
I
license.
remember that. I just want to make sure that he's insured. I mean, we're not going to go with a 2020 insurance certificate.
He's got to do all that to get renewed.
Or are we renewing it or are we issuing a new license?
I might point out one.
I think we're renewing it.
It's the clarification of the renewal that, and just to clarify a point, that the ABCC has indicated that if the Board of Selectmen requests them to, they'll look at this issue and make a ruling, and that they want to see, the complete chain of what the board's intention was. The ABCC could come back and say, well, something's missing, that they still don't feel that the license, is good, but they want to know what the town's intention was at the time, and that's what they've asked.
And they can do that on any license.
And
that we
that's what
send
I
it.
was just going to say. So we can take this vote to rectify our action.
Yep.
That process should still happen.
It is going to happen. It's going to go, this letter, the letter that we were going to ask to be signed, is you have the original of that letter?
I have it right here.
Yes.
Is going to go to the ABCC. And they're ultimately going to pass on what we do. If it's accepted, then they'll get their license renewed, subject to whatever other actions taken by this board. And if they don't, they have the final word. And they'll have to appeal to the courts.
So I guess the motion we're looking for is to support this letter, right?
Correct.
Is that it?
Yes.
So do I have a motion on the letter?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Very good. So next on the agenda, just double check here, make sure that we're not missing anything important here. Next on the agenda, approval of the SEIU memorandums of agreement.
And this is to give the board an opportunity to vote in public for the memorandums that were
Right.
ratified in executive session previously.
I move that we approve the SEIU memorandums of agreement
Do I have a second?
as submitted.
There's a second? Dan? Okay, any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Carries unanimously. Town administrator updates, anything else?
Couple of items, unfortunately, but I think it's important to try to move them forward. We're trying to put together a housing summit, and that would be in conjunction with the update of our housing production plan. And we've received some correspondence from Mary Wagan suggesting a 2 to 5 p.m. timeframe with dates of to choose between January 10, 11, 12, or 14. And if you'd like, we can follow up with an email that board members can get back to us. But I just wanted to bring it up because I think we need to nail that down now. It's a big process and a lot's going to be riding on it.
2 to 5 time frame does not work for anybody who works, so. Doesn't work for me.
I agree.
So you want to try to make it later?
I mean, I don't know what her audience is. Who is who's she trying to get here?
Well,
I
Board
think
of
we,
Selectmen for one.
yeah, I think there's an interest in, with all the discussion about housing recently, workforce housing and some other challenges in terms of housing. I think there was some interest in trying to get people from various committees in the same room with us. I certainly expressed support for the idea.
Yeah, oh, I support
Yeah.
the idea, but not
But-
the time.
Yeah, I think she's gonna have to, if she wants this to start in the afternoon, I would assume it would limit participation, not just by select board members, but also by members of other
Anybody
committees.
that works,
Right,
you know, and some of these committee people work.
right, because the planning board has made affordable housing a huge priority. They came in here during their update talking about we need to really make a priority workforce housing. And so if that's coming from the planning board, I'd like to make sure that the date and time is accommodating to
So
as
how about
many-
if we say change it to 5 o'clock or would any of those dates work?
So how about on
What
five,
was the date again?
the 10th? The 12th, was it?
10, 11, 12, or 14?
10, 11? Well, we normally meet on Tuesday nights, right? So the 11th is a Tuesday night. So my suggestion is let's do it an hour earlier, let's say 5. And, throw that back at them. Can you make it 5? I know
Again,
it's,
is that enough time, though? An hour?
no. What we're gonna have to do is, I think that they were setting aside 3 hours. I think that's kind of pushing it, but look at tonight, right? We're approaching 11 o'clock. So, we're pretty hardy, stalwart. I think if
Robust people.
we're robust, I think,
It's 7:45 in San Francisco, just remember
yeah,
that.
that's good to know. That's good to know. No, I think that night, if we're gonna eat up 3 hours, I'd rather do it on a Tuesday night starting at 5 and go till maybe 8 o'clock, 8:30.
And then have a selectmen meeting afterwards?
If you want to, hey, listen, I can keep going to 11 and 12 o'clock at
Do we
night.
not have a meeting scheduled at that point?
Do we have it?
Well, we don't now. We could have one the week before and the week after, and then have that week be housing week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no reason why we can't meet the 4th after New Year's Day.
Sure,
And I have no problem meeting the 11th.
either one.
Either one.
Or both.
Or both, yeah. We cool?
Yeah.
Board's on board.
In terms, you asked a very good question about who's the audience. I agree, mid-afternoon is probably not that good, but should we go a little earlier and maybe a little later, just to make sure we can get people who work like first shift and second shift?
I could do 4.
Can you do 4, Dan, that day?
Possibly, yeah.
Mike, 4, is that too
I've
early?
never been out of work at 4 o'clock since like 1970.
Getting him at 5 is a big achievement.
So
So,
5 o'clock? then?
5 it
yeah,
is.
5 o'clock on the 11th.
Right. All right, and
That's our recommendation.
let's try to wrap this up. We talked about January 8th, the goal setting.
Oh, that's right. We need to,
Wow, we're really gonna spend a lot of time together. Happy New Year.
All right, you got to sign this and Dan.
And I just want board members to know that we are, knee deep right now into the capital improvement process that Bill has been coordinating, doing a fabulous job on that. I'm going to be the, chief instigator on the whole budget
Chief
process,
instigator.
which is gearing up this week. So I just, want to let you know, we're going to be real busy. We're going to keep everything moving forward, but this budget process is going to be huge. It's going to take a ton of time. We're very, very excited about it and working with all the departments. I'm going to be meeting with every single department and going over every penny, and I think that's going to be
Well, if we could
critical.
get information from the school department before you go too far down that road, that would be the best.
We're waiting for trouble with the school. I've already met with the superintendent
Yeah,
and the
well,
assistant superintendent once already. And we know we're gonna get hit, at least on the DY side, with the additional percent of proportional assessment.
The enrollment shift.
Because there is an additional enrollment shift of 1% or 0.9%. So the chances of the school coming in at 2.5%, that's not gonna happen. So we're gonna be ready for that from the word go, and we're gonna have to develop a strategy, how we're gonna deal with that.
Okay, is there any other business to come before the board?
I don't want to get into it. I do want to say, board members had asked for information on the NIP issue. And I'm prepared to discuss that with you. Maybe I'll prepare a memo and some background information and send it out. And
let's do it.
There's a lot of managers and
Nip issue, like the little bottles.
The nip
bottle
bottles.
nips,
Right.
100 milliliters servings of alcohol or less.
Yeah, he's been obsessed with the nip bottle issue. So someone tipped him off on that, got him going. I don't know who that was on that board. Was that you, Mr. Horgan?
We had a big discussion, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
but I think Dan started it.
one of the, we
They're
got
everywhere. They're
Yeah.
everywhere.
So he's been obsessed. That's all he wants to talk about now. All right, is there any other business to come before the board? Were you looking for more guidance from us, Bob, on the nip bottle?
No.
Okay, you're gonna brief.
Yeah, the
put
board
together
asked for a briefing on,
Okay.
on what these towns are doing, how it works, and I've completed my research and
great.
Awesome.
I'm ready to report back to you.
That's
And so
wonderful.
I'll write it up and just want to let you know that I didn't forget that you asked. I don't like to forget things.
Motion to adjourn,
Do I have a second?
10:50 PM.
There you go,
For the
10:50.
record.
We get every,
Second at, 10:50.
okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? It carries unanimously. Thanks, everybody.